of the actual truth. But one of the things that OpenAI has made me laugh about is apparently they have evidence, quote unquote, that DeepSeek actually stole from them. You know, the same company, OpenAI, that has all of these fucking lawsuits, a lot of them centered around things like copyright infringement, currently ongoing, by the way, where apparently they have been sued by places like the Authors Guild for, again, basically busting copyright. According to this one lawsuit, what they've effectively said is defendants fed plaintiffs' copyrighted works into the large language models, or LLMs, algorithm designed to output human-seeming text responses to users' prompt and queries. These algorithms are the heart of the defendant's massive commercial enterprise. And yes, OpenAI is big business. So if they are alleged to be taking information and software and copyrighted materials from somebody's actual copyrighted works, they should be fucking stopped, or they should at least pay and license that stuff fairly. So plaintiff seeks to represent professional fiction writers whose work springs from their own minds and creative literary expression. And again, these people, their livelihood depends on the works that they've created. If OpenAI is going to jump in and illegally, allegedly steal their material, they should fairly compensate people. But I suspect no company like OpenAI actually wants to do it, because that would be a serious financial blow to them. Actually paying for the information they allegedly scrape off of the internet. Yeah, crazy shit. So, according to the fucking dipshits at OpenAI, Sam Altman, for instance, who believes that I guess they can just scrape whatever they want off the internet and use their AIs to regurgitate basically human internet traffic and flood the internet with AI slop, effectively killing the last free bastion of human freedom. Yeah, that douchebag suddenly thinks that, yes, DeepSeek is bad because what they're quote-unquote doing is distilling the model. So what does distilling the model mean? Basically what this means is, imagine if OpenAI is your big brother. Well, at some point, you, the smaller brother, who is DeepSeek, will ask Big Brother like a million questions. Now, these million questions may seem harmless at first, but what Little Bro is doing is basically getting Big Bro to spill his information, his guts, his knowledge, so that Little Bro ends up being same level Bro. And maybe, just maybe, Little Bro becomes Big Bro by process of distillation. So this is kind of like, imagine if OpenAI put in all this work to train their model. Well, what the actual DeepSeek or any of these Chinese models are alleged to do is basically ask and basically distill the information out of OpenAI so they become a OpenAI-like competitor. Now, obviously, one could say that this is stealing, this is, copyright infringement in a way too, but I really don't have any sympathy from Sam Altman or somebody who names his company OpenAI, yet they are as close sources Microsoft or Apple or any instance, system. Now, again, I'm not a Chinese supporter or simp or anything.
I am.
Because I think that DeepSeek is
I love China.
Because of actual
until they do something to us, we take them on a case-by-case basis.
With privacy and security, as does the U.S. government. This is not a which side is better. I will say DeepSeek and a lot of these tools, in my opinion, are better because of the open source, the attribution attached. It allows people to actually play around with these models, fork them, and make them better. It's much like Linux in the sense that because these models are open source, because Linux, for example, is an open source kernel, it allows that piece of software to not necessarily even exist in one place. China, if they open source the weights for something like DeepSeek, allows everyone in the world to effectively own DeepSeek. It allows us all to fork their project, just like Linux can be forked, modified, and then reintegrated down the road by millions, if not billions of people around the world. It makes a project that typically would be locked down in one corporation basically become property of the entire world. And through that, the amount of advancements that can occur is going to be lightning fast, and at one point, it should beat out OpenAI. Look, in much cases, Microsoft is huge when it comes to people's desktop operating systems, but let's not ignore the fact that when it comes to servers and when it comes to all these big corporations and the people like me who use Linux on a day-to-day basis, everyone benefits when we all work together. as opposed to, again, one company just leading one project for strict financial gain. But yeah, OpenAI, it's a bad day to be them. And in one way, it's also kind of a bad day to be NVIDIA, but that's mostly because the government is jumping in. Look, China has done something pretty sweet, in my opinion, at least these Chinese companies. They've released an AI competitor in a world where it used to pretty much be one closed source person leading it. So hopefully this kind of forces, OpenAI, probably not, or a lot of these American companies to also open source their projects, especially when it comes to things like AI. There is one American company that is following that suit, obviously Facebook with Llama. But yeah, open source, great stuff to see, and it's probably the only big reason that I'm actually optimistic about something like DeepSeek or even Quen. I love open source. I love seeing this information be freely shared, freely forked, and freely manipulated, and freely expanded on by the citizens.
Humanity is the hope for software, not developers. Humanity is the hope for software, not developers. Developers are goddamn jackasses most of the time. We need humanity writing this code, not just 200 people.
Suicide of one whistleblower that had a lot
the 200 people should make sure what humanity submits is good.
Looking at down the road. But for now, I'm going to end this video off with, again, the real finale. There's been a lot of massive controversies and drama surrounding DeepSeek, and it was worth really kind of following up on this and discussing this topic. But yeah, I want to know ultimately what you guys think about it in the comment section below. Like, what do you guys think about DeepSeek as a product? What do you guys think about the rise of Chinese open source AIs? Because look, we can't turn off the AI genie, okay? Now that every country's on it, now that every country's wanting to one-up each other, it's not going to be something that goes away. And ultimately, I think the best case scenario out of this is a lot of the biggest models in the world and a lot of these big projects in AI, hopefully the most popular ones are going to be the ones that are open sourced, ones that are intended to run locally, and ones that we have a clear, transparent understanding of how they truly operate. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Bruv, from the 90s onwards, there was this endless barrage of TV shows, films, newspaper articles, obsessed with what was being dubbed the benefit scrounger.
Don't come that business with me that they want to work.
Dragon Age to me is a wonderful world to play in.
What?
To me, Dragon Age was a terrible world that I couldn't wait to escape, because BioWare is unaware of how to make a good video game. Dragon Age Veilguard is a shining example of everything that is wrong with AAA games these days. It's far bigger than it needs to be, both in
I bet the
scope and
combat's
file
good.
size. It has mechanics that are absolutely worthless, abysmal writing.
People are dying right now. People are always dying.
Sloppy combat, and a breadth of a game that lacked a strong, cohesive direction. And that's just what I wrote
Fucking
down before I
schlock.
started doing research. Turns out that a lot of the top talent that made BioWare special left the studio before and during the
Yeah, it turns out. You mean way back like 17 years ago? Yeah.
Laidlaw announced very recently that he has officially left BioWare.
But it seems one of the key figures of the series has now left BioWare. Matt Goldman was the senior creative director on the series, including the upcoming Dragon Age 4, but according to an email sent to staff, he has left by mutual consent.
And lastly, Corinne Bush, who left the studio 3 months after the game's release. This also happened with Halo Unlimited and Mass Effect Andromeda. So it's no surprise that everything about the Veilguard is a disorganized mess. Makes it so tough to play. It felt like the combat team, the level designers, the world builders, and the writers had absolutely no communication with each other because the gameplay, exploration, and storytelling all feel like completely separate entities that never come together. And I think as this video progresses, you'll see what I mean. The Veilguard is fascinating to me because nothing about it works. In fact, the entire game is an insult to the player's time, skill, and intelligence. And even just sitting here thinking about its combat and exploration mechanics makes my heart sink deeper than a poet. And I honestly tried my best to make this game work for me, but it was almost like the Veilguard was built specifically to block any and all fun that could be had. Let's just get right into the review, shall we? So I rented out a motel room because Dragon Age the Veilguard was so bad that I just had to get away from it to gather my thoughts. So I chose the best 2-star hotel in town, the Victorian Inn. I'll be honest with you, the pictures of the room online really didn't look all that great. Come on in. Welcome
Looks good to me.
my dojo.
Don't diss
But
that
in reality,
hotel.
the room actually
The fuck?
somehow wound up being worse. Kind of like how with Dragon Age, the trailers online didn't look very promising. I mean, people were pretty upset after just the reveal trailer. And then when the actual game came out, it was worse than they all expected it to be.
Oh my god. Dragon Age, so bad you fucked up my eye.
But I mean, the writing has been on the wall since day one. BioWare's track record hasn't been so great lately, with Mass Effect Andromeda essentially being devoid of everything that made Mass Effect good in the first place. And then we had Anthem, which was a sad, miserable attempt at a live service game, complete with undercooked gameplay and story. And after the reception that Dragon Age got, I'm sure the situation at BioWare is a lot like it is in here. Bleak and miserable. That's really bad. That makes me want to gag. Reeking of sex, death, and the elderly.
Tell us about it.
The smell?
Yeah.
I can't. Cause if I think about it, it's gonna make me gag. The bugs in this bed are a metaphor for all the bugs that got left in the game. This cheese that somebody left in the fridge is a metaphor for all the cheese that they left in the dialogue.
Solus hates slavery. One of the few things we actually agreed on.
And this gun in the microwave, well, I think that's a metaphor for those impending layoffs.
Dragon Age engaged approximately
There was a gun in the
1.5
microwave.
million players during the quarter, down nearly 50% from the company's expectations.
There was a gun in the microwave, and this is and this is the impending layoff. Yeah, you mean the impending firing? Yeah, the impending fire. Who left a gun in the microwave? Oh my god. I would have just kept the gun. Well, I don't know. Keeping somebody else's gun might be really, really, really dumb. I love Black Mage. Yes, make me passive money. Yay. How much money am I making now? 1.4. I'm ready to buy another mining ship, Jesus. Yes. gonna get 71. This is so much better than fucking Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. It absolutely is. You can see it. There's all these cool summons with like butt cheeks and stuff and beautiful tits. And there's all this cool armor, and the crabs look sweet and giant and like really cool. And like the, you know, there's like little men running around, and it's like much, much better than Pantheon. I love Final Fantasy XI. It's so good for my fucking blood pressure. There's no shitheads trying to shoot me in the face or anything. It's so good. What was that? I think it was a hailstone hitting my outhouse. Damn, he can stick him. He's got good gear. This looks so good on my big television. This is the best Final Fantasy XI has ever been. Do you want to see my big television?
BioWare Edmonton, the Veilguard studio, to be shuttered. What does it mean to be shuttered? Closed for business, not operating.
So, why am I here? Why am I reviewing Dragon Age the Veilguard? A game that both you and I knew would be bad before I even started playing it. That's because you shysters just love to watch me suffer. You see, Dragon Age the Veilguard was the #1 most requested game that you guys wanted me to make a video on. And truth be told, you know, I genuinely have a lot of fun making videos about the worst games imaginable. I just wasn't prepared for how bad this one was going to be, which is why I fueled up with Factor. But unlike Joe Rogan's Factor, there's nothing to fear here. Factor takes the stress out of meal planning and makes things easy. All you gotta do with these bad boys is nuke them. Just make sure you take the gun out of the microwave first. So you can skip going to the store and all the prep work. Instead, there are 35 options for you to choose from, all of which can be delivered right to your door. Factor also offers a lot of snack options like smoothies and juices. Edible juice. It's got cucumber, pineapple-ese, and spinaccia. I do save a lot of time with Factor. Thanks to them, I've been able to make this video a little bit quicker since I haven't had to worry about what I have to eat. And that's been pretty nice. So use my link in the description or pinned comment, and when you get there, use my code RENJAN50 to get 50% off and free shipping on your first Factor box. Doing so will genuinely help out the channel. Once again, that's code RENJAN50 for 50% off and free shipping. And of course, big thanks to Factor for sponsoring today's video. So I ran into troubles before even starting the game. I couldn't even access the main menu. I'm pressing not just any button, but all the buttons. Buttons on my controller, buttons on the keyboard. But after spending 30 minutes in the character creation screen, I created a character I was happy with. The name is Krorvik. The 7 is silent. And I quickly began my adventure. And you know what? Once I started playing, this game didn't seem all that bad at first. Rolling into crates to break them was satisfying. The sound effects were visceral and punchy. The skill tree was intriguing. I actually found myself thinking, hey, what's the big deal here? How could this game have gotten so much hate? I mean, it looked pretty, you know, and the combat hadn't worn me down. Yet. It felt good exploring, finding little knickknacks off the beaten path. Oh, I'm the king of secrets. And I was actually really enjoying the sense of progression. Unlocking skills felt satisfying as it granted new abilities that had an actual impact on gameplay, and it felt like I was genuinely invested in my choices here. I'm gonna go with Reaper, because that sounds the most fun. And my heart had opened up to Veilguard when I spoke to the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in this video game. I was especially attracted to that dead look in her eyes, her lack of legs, and her sense of fashion. I've never seen a girl be able to pull off wearing a kitchen accessory as well as she has. Oh, and her name. Just the sound of her name makes my heart flutter. Her name was Nev, as in...
Nev Campbell.
I knew the instant that I saw her that Nev was going to be my sweet baby.
Creeper.
Now, much like this wall you see behind me, Veilguard seems passable at first glance, but once you start looking at it a little more deeply, it starts to reveal its true form. Alright, looks actually surprisingly fun. Okay. What? I fucked the devil? Do you see this? Are you... What the... Look! Pillow piss. What does that mean? What is that? Whoever wrote this stuff seriously hasn't... The game has no respect at all for the player's intelligence. Like, I don't know if y'all knew this, but in the beginning of the game, 2 elven gods got released from their imprisonment.
The elven gods. The creatures that escaped. It didn't go as cleanly as we hoped. Solus got pulled into the Fade, and 2 of the evil elven gods.
This game has explained the thing we already have seen twice. It has explained it twice.
Well, the situation's changed. For the worse, unfortunately. The elven gods Elganar and Gillenane have escaped from Fenharos.
Elganar and Gillenane.
Oh, they explained it for the 3rd time. Thanks.
No, listen. The gods have returned.
So we're getting that information for the 4th time?
Elven gods escaped from their prison. Solus.
Every single cutscene is repeating the same information.
Elganar and Gilgalene or whatever.
And this is not only an issue with its writing, but its gameplay as well. Characters are constantly telling you where to go.
I think we can get in over here.
Okay, you know, I've played video games, right? And how to solve the simplest of puzzles.
That's one. Now to find the
That's one. Now to find the other.
Those magical beams. There are 2 of these devices this time.
There are 2 of these buttholes this time. And I've got one too many.
Constant tooltips telling me that I could hit these blights to get rid of them. From the second you start playing the game, it holds your hand so tightly and it never lets go.
It sounds like that opens something below.
Oh, really?
You think? You fucking jackass NPC?
There are several quests.
Is it considered domestic abuse if you're an NPC?
15 minutes. This game has a jankiness to it too that isn't funny or endearing like in other games. Gotta love that camera. Whoa, what am I looking at? Instead, it's incredibly inconvenient. Like sometimes you just can't interact with stuff. Disabled during combat, babe. I'm not in combat, and I'm not disabled. So initially,
I know, right?
Graphics settings to medium, but then every time I turned off my PC, the graphics settings would magically revert back to ultra, which my PC could not handle. God damn, the performance is terrible. So then I would have to put it
God
back
damn,
to
the performance is
and
terrible.
restart the entire game again, and that wasn't the only technical issue I suffered from either. The controller does not work at all because this is plugged in to the computer. So every time I boot up the game, I also have to come down here and unplug that. Now that this is unplugged, the controller works These issues ensured that I was already annoyed before each and every play session. And look at this chick sweeping in the rain. What's to sweep if the ground is wet? To be fair, this game does have some beautiful scenery and some intriguing locations. Look, that's cool. These were environments that I genuinely wanted to explore at first. I liked that you got rewarded for going off the beaten path. Well, nug carving.
Nug carving.
And there were also collectibles you could find that would deepen the lore. I'm not reading that. I found the exploration
I'm not reading
the most engaging part of Dragon Age. BioWare hid little trinkets and goodies all over the place, which did incentivize me to check every nook and cranny. Goddamn, there is shit everywhere, all over. But it came at a cost.
This guy plays on controller.
Every time I entered into a new area, I would completely miss the scenery because I had been trained to constantly scan the ground for collectibles. And so sometimes I would end up missing out on something that was relatively important.
Yeah, these guys. Let me hit him first, then you can take him down.
See, I completely missed the introduction of a new enemy or something. I don't even know yet because I was exploring. Yeah, this is a new enemy. It's clear to me that the art team and the level design team didn't have any sort of communication with each other here, because I had been trained through gameplay to stare at the floor, even though the game wanted me to look at something else. To make matters worse, they just put chests all over the damn place. Within the span of this 2.5-minute clip I captured here, I found 5 chests. And it made me wonder, why are there so many chests lying around? Why hasn't anyone else opened them? And who put them here? Oh yeah, a developer did. An admittedly thoughtful but immersion-breaking reminder that I'm playing a video game. After a while, exploring started to feel like a distraction, a hindrance, and a source of FOMO, because I was afraid of potentially missing out on a game-changing item. It also made it so that buying weapons and armor from merchants wasn't worthwhile, because I could almost always find better gear for free. But what this does is it makes gold and the merchants themselves somewhat redundant, because I didn't need to buy anything from them. It's like, why bother buying shampoo from the store when I can find perfectly good shampoo from the motel bathroom for free?
I kind of want to buy Veil. I'm going to steal Veilguard. I'm going to steal Veilguard. I'm going to turn the voices off. And I'm just going to skip all the dialogue or whatever and watch the intro theme. And then I'm just going to combat my way to the end. See if it's good.
Would use to describe the combat would be messy. Now, what I love about the combat in this game is that you can knock enemies off of cliffs to save time. And what I hate about it is everything else. Now, I chose to play on the hardest difficulty, which was a huge mistake, because all the hardest difficulty does is make the game more boring while shining a gigantic spotlight on all of its issues. Case in point, the enemies are—
That's why I do it.
Scrub Daddy, which makes every combat encounter feel eternal. The enemy types range from being bland and adding nothing to the game, to enemies that are simply just annoying and add nothing to the game. For example, there's enemies that teleport, which, again, only serve to elongate combat encounters even more, as they can disappear into the ether for far too long. Hey, come back. Where'd you go? Oh, there. Now we can play. There's another enemy that darkens the entire screen and makes it so that you can't use your companion's abilities. Oh yeah, and that thing also teleports away. It's a real hoot. Now, really what I'd like to talk about here is the parry mechanic. The way parrying works is simple. If you hold block while the marker above your head is white, you block the attack. If you press it when the marker turns yellow, though, you get a perfect parry and stun the enemy. Now this is an awful system because it forces you to glue your eyes to the back of your character's head rather than look at the enemies on the battlefield, which actually ends up removing a layer of engagement because now I'm not reading enemy animations. I'm not scanning the battlefield for which enemies might attack me next. I'm simply staring at my character's head and waiting for a marker to turn yellow. Now, this marker is supposed to notify you of every incoming attack in the game, that it doesn't let you know about. It's this move where the enemy kind of pushes you away.
The combat looks like it sucks.
It has absolutely no telegraph either. It is instant and it is unavoidable as far as I know.
Why did they make these single-player RPGs so clunky? It's weird.
But to make things worse, this will even happen if you're hitting the enemy in the back, as they will instantly turn around to block your attack. It's bad design and it's a complete disrespect to the player's skill, but it gets even worse. There are times where I felt like some of my parries just weren't registering whenever I hit the block button. I started thinking that maybe I was crazy, or worse, bad at a video game. So what I did was I imported an extension into my recording software that tracks my button inputs to see if I was onto something.
Let's go frame by frame, shall we? Here we go, I'm about to get attacked, right? Okay, white marker, it's gonna turn yellow, kaboom, still haven't pressed, but it's okay. Look at this. See, okay, boom, I hit it, I hit block, okay, while it's yellow. Let's see what happens. I took damage. I do not like the party system. The companions rarely ever felt like they were contributing to the fight, and they also can't die in battle or take any damage at all, so I didn't need to watch out for them. They mostly just served to clutter up the arena, making each fight feel like a disorganized mess.
Oh good, this wasn't fun enough.
Yeah. The ability wheel was also atrocious.
Ability wheel.
Loose and imprecise, making it hard to select the actual ability that you want to select. It is really cool though that you can combine two of their abilities to create a big old explosion of magic. I can see the vision here. I'm sure at some point during development this probably had a lot more depth, but as it is now, it is so simplistic that you won't really need to put much thought into which companions you select for a mission. At one point, in search of a challenge, I went and fought a level 25 boss when I was at level 10, so he could kill me in 2 hits. What hurt me? What? So I patiently sat there, whittling away at his health bar for 30 minutes, thinking that once I killed him, I'd be rewarded with enough XP to launch me up to level 15, and I'd be given a weapon that would be so powerful that the enemies wouldn't feel spongy anymore. But instead, all I got was 1 level up and an uncommon ring. I got nothing for that. This honestly really broke my spirits. So after that, I went ahead and lowered the game's difficulty, not because I was having a tough time staying alive, but because I was having a tough time staying awake. And this did momentarily make the game more fun because it felt like I was actually doing some decent damage for once, and the combat encounters weren't taking too long anymore. However, it did create a whole new slew of issues. So now that everything died pretty quickly, it meant that I really didn't need to use my companion's abilities all that much. I didn't need to explore or find new weapons anymore. Unlocking skill points was no longer exciting because I didn't need any of the traits or abilities they provided. It's weird to me that playing on normal difficulty only served to nullify even more of the game's mechanics. It became abundantly clear to me that they didn't playtest or tune any of this game's difficulties. All they did was adjust enemy health bar and damage values and called it a day. So the cutscenes are mainly just exposition.
This isn't right. The dock usually has people bringing goods to market, bartering and shouting. It's always busy.
Something happened here.
Oh, I had to piece that together myself. As I mentioned earlier, the game repeats itself ad nauseum, sometimes even within 5 seconds of itself.
Hey, what's going on here?
Find the veil jumpers. Bring them to the man.
They're talking about Jahel and Nova. They said bring them to the mirror.
It feels like 33% of the dialogue is just repeated information. Now, this wastes the writer's time because they have to sit there and write it all out multiple times. It wastes the actor's time because they gotta do multiple takes of that line in the booth.
No, it's okay. That's the good kind of rumble.
It wastes the developers' time because they gotta sit there and program the dialogue into the game, and the sound designers need to make sure it's mixed properly. Then it wastes the players' time especially, as they have to sit there and listen to it, making the collective time wasted hundreds of thousands, if not millions of hours. They would have saved so much time and money if they just had someone, anyone, proofread the fucking script before having an actor record it. So I really wanted to start skipping the dialogue, but you can't. You need to pay attention to it so that you make the right choices in conversation. Except sometimes the dialogue options you choose aren't what they initially appear to be.
No offense, but having an abomination in the lighthouse makes me nervous.
Well, that's not what I meant by that. I meant I'll keep an eye on you, as in I will keep you safe. Not I'll keep an eye on you because I don't trust you. If I knew that's what he was going to say, I would not have picked that. Then to top it all off, guess what? Surprise, the acting is bad.
You gave them to the gods, didn't you? Didn't you?
They were in my head.
Didn't you?
Infecting my thoughts. They made me do it.
But you can't really blame the actors here. It'd be tough to make any of this dialogue sound good or natural. So the tone of this game is sickeningly sweet. Like, everybody here seems so jovial and upbeat, despite the fact that the fate of the entire kingdom is at stake. Yet everyone seems perfectly content with what's going on. It makes it so that none of these characters feel real or believable. Something is just so off. It almost feels like they live in North Korea and their dear leader is listening to every single conversation that they have. And if they say the wrong thing, they'll be executed in front of everyone at Pyongyang Square. I got so damn sick of the overly jovial tone that all the main characters seem to have.
Aren't you some sunshine?
That's me.
And it made me feel genuine discomfort. And a true, like, sickness, a pit in my stomach. And I started building up a resentment towards the game and the characters. Yes?
Is this new to you? This happens to me all the time.
To sit there and watch the cutscenes in Dragon Age. Eventually, I realized that I was skipping every combat encounter I could because combat wasn't fun. I was skipping most of the cutscenes because they were repetitive.
Well, that's all I want to hear. That's what I came looking for. He told me I'm not going to play the game then. If this dude doesn't think the combat's fun, there's no way I will. Jesus Christ. How much money do I have now? 15, nice. I wonder if I can buy another... Oh, no, not enough. Oh, 65 short, that's okay. We will wait. I made $3 billion today, and I put $3 billion back out, which is a monthly sub. Like I made a monthly sub today, and I put it back out Now I'm betting on my shit in hopes that I win. If I win, like, large skill injectors, it'll be hilarious. Fun as hell.
And sickening. And I was skip.
I don't wish to bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received.
Thank you, Ryan Beard. I'd like to sub to your channel. I've never heard you before. We'll see.
My entire hand. There will be no vague allegations today. There will be no mentions of nukes, only mushroom clouds. Went with the title, Kethels, a case study on internet terrorism and mass media manipulation. This is going to be a cataloging, past year, demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible, and what comes with the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets. This is going to be a careful documentation of lies. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes. I'm not having secret recordings in my apartment. Bro, I'll talk about anything all the time, ever. Are we serious?
So then the question stands, did you Lauren Southern?
Scams.
Every single person on the internet that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker.
You can basically buy and sell, or you can buy and sell like Twitch clips, and you get an NFT that you can get autographed by the streamer. And you know what? If you buy it, I can go right up here and click autograph, and I can sign whatever NFT you want me to sign. Okay? Threats, bullying, doxing. I literally just doxed that girl.
The one that tried to throw egg on me like a week or two ago. I don't give a fuck about like doxing.
And an utter lack of accountability.
Molina recently confirmed that the sex tapes leaked by Destiny's former
Jesus Christ.
girl were shared by Destiny without
Nice,
consent.
good one, nice.
If she has no legal recourse.
I got a whole bunch of super chats for you. Wait, ready?
Okay.
Over the years, I've worried about the types of tactics endorsed by progressive communities. The uncomfortable distorting of narratives.
Honestly,
progressive
I'm
communities.
like it sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just drop its borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like that's about where I'm at.
The grotesque shape-shifting of facts. Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be. I don't think that would be considered grooming. The general inability to hold themselves to a decent standard of behavioral conduct needs to stop. And if that means like white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing. Because holy shit, this is the tale of an internet bully given far too much power.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
On a mission to seek fame and fortune.
So what's that look like revenue-wise? I think last time you said it was like $50K a month.
It's probably a little bit higher than that now. Yeah.
By building a career through vicious conflict.
Actually kill yourself. Yes, kill yourself.
We've allowed ourselves to gaze into the abyss for far too long. Destiny is the result.
What?
Abyss for far too long. Destiny is the result.
On January 8th, 2025, the streamer Destiny's ex-wife Melina accused him of sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent to a 19-year-old young woman over Discord.
Something I can't, like I'm not gonna go into detail or anything, but there's plenty of people that's wondering this, but I feel like this should be obvious. Nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
On January 21st, 2025, one of Destiny's close friends named Pixie accused him of also sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent. Destiny later revealed that this 19-year-old he had sent these pornographic videos to had allegedly been hacked, leading to these videos being leaked on the internet.
I think a friend of mine's account from that I talked to like 3 or 4 years ago ended up getting compromised, and you know, sometimes you just gotta roll with the memes. It is what it is. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay?
Later on that same day of January 21st, one of Destiny's previous close friends named Cherry not only accused Destiny of sharing a recording of them having sex without her consent, but also of recording her without her knowledge. Destiny has since admitted to sharing these sex tapes of Pixie and Melina without their consent. Cherry's allegation is still just an allegation, but she has recently filed a police report against Destiny. This is the story of Stephen Bennell II, a man given far too much power, and the ways he has abused this power for his own personal
Stephen Bennell II?
So,
oh my god, no wonder.
I've been slowly collecting evidence about this man, Destiny, here for about 3 years now, and I don't know about you, but I think it's finally time to take this motherfucker down. Destiny is widely hated by a variety of communities across the internet for a variety of reasons. But no matter how hated Destiny became, he always had a strong army of sycophants that would defend him no matter what he did. However, recently, almost all of his orbiters have abandoned him. Orbiters are what he calls his friends who stream with him.
71.
Basically, the implication is that Destiny is this massive planet, and all of his friends are these little planets that orbit around him.
God.
This has created an ecosystem where most of Destiny's friends rely on Destiny's success for fame and money. And because most of these people rely on Destiny for money, they've done a remarkably good job at sweeping allegations against Destiny under the rug for years. However, these recent allegations against Destiny have been so egregious that the majority of even his most loyal orbiters have decided to leave his orbit. Now, barely anyone is still defending Destiny. One person who is still defending Destiny is Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, who recently decided to slut-shame Destiny's victims.
Before I go, I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me not in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way to whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Trixie, but you did sleep your way to the top. You know, you gotta call a spade here.
Even though Myron is an absolutely insane anti-Semitic woman hater who stands for everything that Destiny claims to be against, Destiny says that he has more respect for Myron than for anyone else on the internet.
In all of my years, God, this feels so shitty. All my years doing content, I have more respect for him than any other individual.
Apparently, the amount of respect that Destiny has for you as a person is dependent on how willing you are to suck up to him.
He is the only person that I've seen that will consistently go into areas where there's so much like laughing and jokes and fun times to be had right here if he was shit on me, but he doesn't. He won't do it.
I have some level of empathy.
Yeah, I don't have any interest in that either.
Because it is difficult to be stuck in a position where you financially rely on someone who is not a great person, but I have basically no empathy for Destiny because I believe that Destiny is a massive piece of shit, and I will hopefully demonstrate why I feel that way in this video. In this video, I will go through nearly every harmful action that Destiny has committed over the years, and then allow you to come to your own conclusions on whether or not you think this is a person who deserves anyone's admiration or respect. Before we jump into Destiny's actions from across the years, I think that—
Look, he looks like Lex Friedman if Lex Friedman was like a white dumbass from Ohio. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No, I like the way he looks. I like that he's wearing a suit. I thought about doing this myself, just like elevate to a suit level. But I mean, he also looks like a suit dummy to me too. I don't think that's the right suit for him. He looks like a mortician.
To dispel some possible well poisoning that Destiny or his community DGG could try to attack me with. The first accusation they might throw at me is that I'm obsessed with Destiny. This is an accusation they like to throw at anyone who criticizes Destiny. Personally, I don't think it makes me obsessed with Destiny that I've been researching him for the purpose of criticizing him.
I think it does. I think if you're willing to do a video,
dive into Sneeko's harmful actions because they don't like Sneeko, but they probably will accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny because Destiny is their daddy. This is the first video I've ever made about Destiny, and it'll probably be about an hour and a half long. Compare that to the probably hundreds of hours that Destiny has spent on his stream criticizing Hassan, and I have nothing against Destiny criticizing Hassan. It would just be pretty hypocritical to accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny for making 1 hour-and-a-half long video about him, while Destiny has talked about Hassan for hundreds of hours. Destiny has written multiple incredibly long manifestos criticizing creators like Vosh, Keffels,
Why?
who Destiny believes have wronged him over
What?
the years. Although I find the label of
manifestos?
a bit cringe, I see nothing inherently wrong with Destiny writing manifestos to chronicle the bad behaviors of these creators. So, in the same way, I guess this will be my manifesto against Destiny. And if you have an issue with me making this manifesto, I hope you will stay logically consistent and also criticize Destiny for making manifestos about Bosch, Keffels, and Bob7. If I had to predict how Destiny himself would respond to this video, he would probably respond with something similar to this tweet that he tweeted at me a couple years ago. "You're hopping into a bandwagon of people accusing me of being a rape apologist because you're still upset that I bullied
rape
you off the
apologist.
internet a year ago. Don't play stupid. You know exactly what you're doing." To be honest, Destiny isn't 100% wrong here. I am jumping onto a bandwagon of people criticizing him, but I don't think that's an inherently bad thing to do. Destiny
Not if there's
jumps
money in
onto
it,
bandwagons
no.
of people criticizing Hassan all the time. When Ethan Klein makes videos attacking Hassan, Destiny jumps onto the bandwagon. So when a bunch of people on the internet are
So I guess what he's trying to say is like every time that one side from the left and one side from the right gets really strong on the YouTube internet and a streamer gets a lot of world share of views and stuff and a lot of like a really big audience, basically they stay up there for maybe 5 or 10 years, but then they battle the whole way in drama cycles so all the other people can just build their careers and their money and their like lesser money too. It's like lesser money, but all these other people can make these videos talking shit about them. And so if you're willing to let all of these people talk shit about you like this because you're popular or whatever, it's the same old high school he said she said shit. They might make you rich depending on if the audience likes you or not. And I don't know. I see that, but I also don't like that is what the tip top. I think the tip top of it is just massive amounts of subs, like Mr. Beast. That's the top of it. But down around like 10 million subs or so or lower, it's so doggy dog. You can make a $20 million career so easily there, I think, but you can't do it without becoming a target for the rest of the community, which is kind of insane. Like even I watched Pirate Software go from like top in the world with like nobody doubting him at all to like all of this crazy shit just because he ran out of the dungeon in hardcore. Like now the world kind of turned on him. It was insane. But I mean, like, I don't mind the way that he played that day. Actually, he played what a mage out of mana can do. What can a mage do who's out of mana? What can they do? They can't sheep. I mean, they can maybe Cone of Cold. Yeah, they can maybe Cone of Cold and prevent the deaths. Yeah, he could have put his own life at risk. But remember, he dies in one hit if he goes anywhere near those mobs. And so they try to cancel him over this. They kicked him out of OnlyFans. This is why I stopped caring about that whole community a long time ago. They're so fucking toxic. Like Pirate Software should be kicked out of OnlyFans. For what? He didn't die. He didn't die like them, and he didn't screw them over either. He gave them everything he could do without risking his own fucking, like, I don't know, what, 200-300 hour playthrough? He's not going to risk his 200 or 300 hour playthrough to run up and Cone Cold 6 mobs. Maybe he has enough mana for it. It doesn't matter. It's not really a wise move as a hardcore player. Like, it's better to let them fucking die, honestly. I didn't really have a problem with the way he played. I had a problem with how they treated him. He had a way of drawing out their cattiness really badly.
Destiny right now.
You know, it's weird because like Pirate Software, yeah, he came up meteoric rise in that whole fucking like software development thing. But then when the nerds kind of and I think they still really like him. He's still really popular. But I mean like maybe bad PR is not bad PR. I don't know. But it's weird. Like they did try to cancel him over a WoW thing.
now for sharing women's sex tapes without their consent, hell yeah, I'm gonna jump onto the bandwagon and roast the shit out of him. With the way the internet works, criticisms against someone are more likely to stick when that person is actively engaged in a controversy. This is just how the internet is. So yes, I waited to make this video until you were in a possibly career-ending controversy because I knew that this would make more people listen to my criticism against you. Do you have a problem with that? You know how the internet works, Destiny. You jump onto bandwagons of criticizing people who are in controversies all the time. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, you're mad about it.
All the other shit from all the other vultures and all the other communities that are like coming in trying to like make drama out of this, that don't give a fuck about any victims or any people involved, which is the majority of people. Don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't care about that.
Another accusation that Destiny's fans like to throw at people who criticize him is that they're just doing it for money. Oh, you mean like how Destiny has made
They're not doing this for money. They like this stuff. They like this stuff.
What a dog shit.
They love this stuff. They like the drama. They like being the world's like in the world's eye. They like being popular. There was a time there I watched the rise of Asmongold's career, but then I stopped watching him because I was like, no, he's kind of dog whistling right wingers and stuff. He seems weird. But like, it was fun to watch the meteoric rise of his career because he came out of World of Warcraft like me. He made me believe that it was possible. I was like, if this kid can do it, anybody can do it. I like Asmongold. I would shake his hand in real life. I don't care. Yeah. As long as he hasn't like raped or murdered somebody.
Argument. Yes, I'm gonna make money from this video because this is my job. Just
Yeah.
like Destiny makes money from criticizing.
Yep, just
other
like you
people
make your
because
money.
that's
Yep.
his job.
And that's the whole thing. This is the orbiter thing. You are orbiters. If you're doing videos about them, you are orbiters. That's my definition of orbiter. If you're doing fucking videos about somebody, like for instance, I one of the reasons I deleted the Dear Blizzard one shots and backfill Dear God Why video is that it was way too personal towards Blizzard. I was like, you know what? That makes me a Blizzard orbiter. If I'm gonna address Blizzard in my fucking video, that makes me a Blizzard orbiter. It's sort of stupid. I don't want to put somebody's career above my own. I couldn't possibly do a video about somebody else. That's not in me. Maybe I'm like that guy Destiny was talking about who just won't talk shit about other people, but like I'm just not like that. I'll talk shit if I don't like you, but like but if you don't give me a reason, I almost never do. I almost always like people. It's kind of weird. You got 116.
making money for me. I genuinely care about raising awareness for the shitty stuff that Destiny has done. If you're gonna write a manifesto about Keppels and say that she needs to be...
It helps me because I don't care to, like, get involved with these people. I don't want to be involved with their lives. I don't want to meet them. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to be in their orbit or talk shit about them or anything like that. I just want to know what's going on if their lives are public and they, you know, and if there's drama. Oops.
Isn't just about making money for me. I genuinely care about raising awareness for the shitty stuff that Destiny has done. If you're gonna write a manifesto about Keppels and say that she needs to be held responsible for her actions,
demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
I'm gonna do the same thing to you, motherfucker. Now let's focus on this part of the tweet. You're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. You know what, Destiny? You are not totally wrong. Being bullied off the internet didn't feel particularly good because people don't tend to enjoy being bullied. Destiny and his community definitely have bullied me over the years, but I don't really care to relitigate my personal beef with Destiny. Destiny and his community weren't very nice to the suit-wearing fatty. Who gives a fuck? But Destiny, you don't get to criticize Keppels for being a bully,
internet bullying,
and then turn around and take pride in the fact that you're a bully. That is called hypocrisy. The fact that Destiny and his community have bullied me in the past probably is a factor in why I chose to make this video.
Yep.
And I would argue
I bet
that
it
the
is.
treatment that Destiny received from creators like Vosh and Keppels is one of the reasons he made manifestos against them. As much as I might want to, I am a human being and I can't fully separate myself from my own personal biases. And the fact that I have been bullied by Destiny and his community in the past does probably make me somewhat biased against them. If you feel like my personal bias against Destiny means that I'm not the right person to make this video, I respect that opinion and I encourage you to go watch a different YouTube video. But in this video, I'm going to try my absolute best to be as unbiased as possible and stick to the facts as much as possible. I am going to try my best to not view Destiny in bad faith because I think even if you view him in good faith, he's still a piece of shit. I do feel like one of Destiny's tactics from across the years is to be incredibly mean to anyone he has a conflict with. So when that person eventually decides to make a video criticizing him, he can just write that person off as obsessive and just mad because he bullied them.
As a supporter of yours, I appreciate if you address some of the points made in the Britney video. She seemed to be pretty fair, especially in her conclusions. I don't have time to address every deranged, obsessive video that's made about me. I still haven't watched a Britney video.
Just add this tactic to the long list of tactics that Destiny and his community use to deflect criticism from themselves. The last criticism that Destiny and his community might make against this video is that I'm bringing up a bunch of old news that Destiny has already addressed. While that might be the case for some of the things I talk about in this video is not being made for Destiny's community. I'm making this video for the broader internet, and the majority of the broader internet doesn't know about all of these past controversies that you might consider old news. Contrary to what you guys might believe, the entire world does not orbit around Destiny. If Destiny is going to be interviewing potential
kind of seems like you do, though.
Like Marianne Williamson, then I think the broader political community
I kind of think you do, though.
to know about Destiny's past actions. Destiny
Ooh,
has said
popcorn.
before that he has nothing to hide, and people can't expose him for anything he's done in the past because he's open about everything he's done in his life. When someone else was trying to expose Destiny for his bad behavior, he sent these messages to his chat. So if he wants to expose me, that's fine. Let him expose. But he needs to post receipts instead of just vaguely alluding to shit. There's literally nothing anyone could have on me for anything because I don't do anything bad/weird. I am the cleanest motherfucker in this entire scene. The worst anyone could ever have on me is fucking dick pics or something. He can talk about whatever he wants, but he should provide provide proof, not just baseless accusations / speculation. Alright Destiny, in this video I will provide plenty of proof and receipts to back up everything that I accuse you of. If what you said in these messages is true, then you should have absolutely no issue with me lying out everything that you've done over the years on the table. Are we on the same page? Great. Honestly, I feel like the fact that I feel the need to lay out all these preambles and pretext and shoot down possible criticisms before they make them should show you that Destiny's community have become masters at deflecting criticism against them. You can call these motherfuckers Bert from Mary Poppins in the way that they're masters at sweeping. The joke here is that Bert from Mary Poppins is a chimney sweep. It's a funny joke, okay? Fuck off. My goal in this video is not to push some sort of political agenda against Destiny. I actually think he is a very smart dude who's one of the best debaters on the internet and one of the best people at using logic to defend liberal values. I debated Destiny a couple times a few years ago and he definitely wiped the floor with me, especially in our second debate. I have no shame in admitting that. Destiny is definitely a better debater than I am. Even if I disagree with a lot of his opinions because I'm a leftist, I can still recognize that he's done a great job dunking on a bunch of dumbass conservatives. But like Destiny said in his manifesto against Keffels, I don't think we should be afraid to hold members of our own community accountable.
Demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
And Destiny has done a lot of fucked up shit that I think he needs to be held accountable for. Just because he's a good debater who's really good at defending the liberal ideology, I don't think that means that we should sweep his bad behavior under the rug.
And I don't understand how Steven can really say that he wants to be a serious political advocate if he doesn't want to manage his personal life in any way that's serious. Like, why should the DNC involve you in anything that they want when your personal life looks like a fucking train wreck that's going to be bad PR for all of them? Why should anyone want to spend time debating you on these bigger platforms if all you're going to do is bring fucking tarnishing their reputation, right? It's like, if you're serious about this, you should make this sacrifice. And if you can't, then I don't think you really care about the political positions that you claim to care about.
My goal in this video is to simply lay out all of his actions from across the years that I consider harmful and allow you to come to your own conclusions. Alright? Let's get into it. In this video, I hope to establish a pattern of how Destiny over the course of his career has repeatedly taken advantage of and harmed women and occasionally children, and how he has advocated for a world that makes it easier for people like him to harm women and children. We'll start by going through Destiny's harmful behavior towards women, then we'll take a detour to his harmful behavior towards children, and then we'll loop back around to his harmful behavior towards women again. Sound good? Well, it's not going to be.
It's not going to be. No.
Around the end of 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on his live stream. I'm not using the word allegedly here because we have video of him doing it and he has openly admitted that it was sexual assault.
I would say that in my streaming career in the past, like totally publicly, like I completely and totally like assaulted a girl on stream before for like 5 minutes or whatever. I got super fucking drunk and was like grabbing her fucking breast the entire time.
Later, Destiny has attempted to downplay his actions here.
Really?
By tweeting, I was drunk off my ass, literally for the first time in my life. And he said that at the time, he didn't understand how bad it was, but now, looking back years later, he understands that it was reprehensible behavior.
And at the time, I figured like, oh, well, you know, we're gonna fuck anyway, like, it doesn't matter, like, she's chill or whatever, like, I'm drunk, it doesn't matter. Like, at the time, I'm thinking like, you know, oh, it's not a big deal. But like, looking back, I'm like, okay, wait, this is like really, really, really reprehensible behavior.
But if you go back and watch the clip, immediately after assaulting her, he says, listen, I'm gonna apologize to you so much tomorrow.
Listen, I'm gonna apologize
to you so much tomorrow.
Why would you need to apologize to her tomorrow, Destiny? Is it maybe because you understood that what you were doing was wrong? To me, this shows that even in his incredibly drunk state, he knew that what he was doing is wrong. And obviously, being drunk does not absolve you of your actions. Otherwise, we wouldn't criminalize drunk driving.
You've come here to this stream to defend drunk drivers to me.
This is a common tactic with Destiny where he'll half take accountability for something, but half try to downplay it by saying, oh, I was so drunk at the time. Oh, I didn't understand how bad it was at the time. But I'm calling bullshit. You understood that what you were doing was bad, even back when you did it, because you were an adult, not a baby. According to this woman, Destiny has never directly apologized to her, even though she would like him to. She acknowledges that he has indirectly apologized on his stream, but my question is, did he apologize on his stream to save his reputation, or did he apologize because he was genuinely remorseful? I will allow you to answer that question for yourself as we go through more of Destiny's pattern of behavior from over the years. In 2012, Destiny shared private nudes of a woman he had been sexting named Blue Tea with his friends. Destiny will often claim that the reason for his actions are because he was provoked into doing them and he had no other choice.
I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand.
But here, there was no provocation. He just thought it would be funny to share this woman's private nudes with his friends and joke about how fucking hideous her face is compared to her beautiful body. And he also insulted her because he thought she looked like Shrek. So he shared a woman's private nudes without consent for the purpose of degrading her. In response, Blue T hacked Destiny's Twitter and tweeted out pictures of his dick. Obviously, I condemn this woman's actions. She posted revenge porn of Destiny, which is never justified. But don't forget that the situation that provoked this was Destiny maliciously sharing her nudes without her consent. On Reddit, Destiny replied to her by saying, "I can't imagine how you can think that people will never ever talk about anything personal or private amongst their friends. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't see myself caring at all if you shared pictures between your close friends, especially given the fact that I'd never see any of them in real life." So, in this comment, Destiny is admitting that he did send the nudes without consent, and he's attempting to downplay his actions. A couple years later, when one of Destiny's friends named Bob7 allegedly shared a woman's nudes without her consent, Destiny said that this should be life-destroying.
Bob7 shared nude photographs of multiple women after pressuring one to post one without their consent. But I do believe that these are relatively life-destroying revelations.
But when Destiny does it, he justifies it by saying that he wouldn't care if someone did it to him. This is known as the personal preference fallacy, arguing that something isn't wrong simply because you wouldn't care if it was personally done to you. Even if Destiny wouldn't care if someone shared his nudes, which I doubt, that doesn't make it okay for him to do it to someone else. And a couple years later, Destiny demonstrates that he knows that sharing nudes is wrong by laughing at this clip of someone explaining how it's wrong.
The guy sent the nudes to like his buddy, and the buddy sent it to the other buddy, and it just like the whole school had her nudes.
Wow.
Right?
That's cray.
That in and of itself is another example of like violating consent. Like, even though, you know, for so long we were trained to be like, oh, consent has to do with like, you know, like.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
Him laughing like this is him sarcastically showing that he obviously understands it's wrong. So I think even back when Destiny did this, he understood that it was wrong. He's just pretending like he didn't understand that it was wrong to avoid taking accountability for his actions. Destiny has a long history of really not liking when women post about their negative sexual experiences online. Real talk, opening up about quote-unquote your rape and shit on Twitter is incredibly fucking weird and should never have been normalized. I have no idea why the fuck people encourage others to trauma dump on social media. It's insanely unhealthy.
I mean, he's
This was
right.
in response to a woman sharing an allegation about how she was stealthed. She was allegedly having sex with a man. She had established the boundary beforehand that he needed to wear a condom during sex, but in the middle of sex, he removed the condom, which is a form of rape. I agree with Destiny that sometimes trauma dumping on social media can be unhealthy, but sharing allegations on social media obviously has the possible benefit of holding people accountable for their actions. And putting the words "your rape" in quotation marks obviously implies that he's casting some level of doubt onto her story. It's one thing to wait to see evidence before you fully believe someone's story that they post on social media. It's another thing to instantly cast doubt on their story just because you're annoyed that they decided to post about it on social media. This controversy started because Destiny had retweeted someone who tweeted, "If you knew he took off the condom and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, you shouldn't be having casual sex." A bunch of people got mad at Destiny for retweeting this, so then he tweeted, "If you are noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. You should probably just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating to furry porn. Sorry." People got even more mad at this tweet, so then he tweeted, "Sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so he can guide her through the process."
What?
First of all, she did clearly assert her boundaries before sex. She just struggled to reassert her boundaries when this man started raping her because this made her so uncomfortable. I agree that if you struggle to reassert your boundaries during sex, this could make it more likely that you would end up being harmed during sex. And we should obviously encourage people to assert their boundaries during sex as much as as they possibly can, but rather than show empathy for women who struggle to tell men to stop because they're so terrified while they're being raped, Destiny decides to insult these women's emotional maturity and call them retarded children. According to a neuroscience article in the journal Nature Human Behavior, victims frequently report immobility during rape and sexual assault, often using the term freezing. Neuroscientific evidence suggests fear and threat can block cortical neural circuits for action control, leading to involuntary immobility. And this sort of immobility can manifest as physical immobility or verbal immobility. A 2017 Scandinavian study reported that 70% of the 298 women who had visited an emergency clinic within a month of experiencing sexual violence had experienced significant tonic immobility or paralysis when it happened. So when women struggle to reassert their boundaries while they're being raped, this isn't because they're retarded children with no emotional maturity. There are actual neurological reasons for this behavior. When the streamer Hans of Harkir brings up the fact that these women could be having a freeze response when they experience stealthing, Destiny disregards this and says that a victim couldn't possibly have a freeze response just from seeing a man take his condom off.
Freeze up is some shit where you're like in a fucking traumatic situation and somebody's doing some crazy shit. Not like you look down and you see that some asshole is trying to slip a condom off. Like, oh, I'm frozen out. I can't fucking think. I don't take the condom off. I'm fucking completely frozen. Bro, what the fuck kind of 14-year-olds are you fucking? No, are you serious?
But according to a 2010 study titled Facing Freeze, Social Threat-Induced Bodily Freeze in Humans, even negative social interactions can trigger a psychological freeze response in some people. The more fear someone is experiencing, the more likely they are to have a freeze response, but even a moderate amount of fear can still induce a psychological freeze response. And seeing someone non-consensually removing their condom during sex after you've established that they need to wear a condom absolutely could cause enough fear to induce a freeze response. The way that Destiny chooses to mock these women who claim that they do have a freeze response while being stealthed is just really fucking gross. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, I'm frozen out. I can't fucking think. I don't take the condom off. I'm fucking completely frozen.
I think this is from the person who is the retarded child. They said, I've actually been raped, and saying no just made him rape me harder. I noticed what happened after he pulled out. This is not incomprehensible that I would just walk away from that situation.
It sounds like she needs to stop having casual sex.
To be clear, I don't think that Destiny is saying it's okay to stealth people, but I do think he is choosing to mock women for something that is outside of their control. Obviously, women do have some level of control over reasserting their boundaries during sex, and we should always encourage people to assert their boundaries as much as possible. But if someone is struggling to reassert their boundaries because of a freeze response when someone is raping them, maybe we shouldn't call them retarded children. After this controversy, the absolutely brilliant trans activist known as Keffels decided to make a false allegation against Destiny. She claimed that Destiny himself had stealthed a woman.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape. Insane.
As far as we know, this is totally untrue. Destiny himself has not stealthed a woman. He was just a massive asshole to a woman who was stealthed. To give Keffels credit, she did acknowledge soon after this that she was wrong and Destiny actually didn't stealth anyone.
Wait, I don't know if he did it. Wait, backing up, I don't actually know if he did it.
But Keffels, maybe consider trying to be really sure before you make these types of allegations against people. Destiny is correct that spreading false allegations like this absolutely does undermine the cause of the left. Making this false allegation against Destiny allowed him to shift his focus onto your false allegation instead of focusing on the fact that he was a massive asshole to this woman who was stealthed. Unfortunately, many of the people who have tried to take down Destiny over the years haven't been the sharpest tools in the shed. Speaking of tools in the shed, let's talk about the time that Destiny tweeted that he hopes a woman is raped to death with a shovel. In 2015, the porn star Stoya tweeted allegations that the male porn star James Dean had raped her. This tweet really upset Destiny because, as we've established, he really does not like it when women talk about their negative sexual experiences online. Jesus, why not file a fucking police report instead of tweeting this? You're fucking disgusting. What a fucking idiot at Stoya. Stephen Bennell, why don't you write us a long list of everything you feel a survivor of rape should do? Then I'll use it to wipe my ass. Survivor of rape. It's rape. Not murder, not beheading, not a fatal car crash. Everyone survives rape. Get over yourself. Survivor of rape here. Hello. Want to talk about how hard it is to go on every day? Kill yourself so you don't have to live with the pain. So rape survivors should just get over it because at least they didn't die. And if they're dealing with a lot of pain or trauma because of their rape, they should just kill themselves because because if they kill themselves, the pain will stop. Very cool, Steven. I have no idea why anyone has ever accused you of being a rape apologist. This should go without saying, but obviously it's good for rape survivors to file police reports to hold rapists accountable, but police reports don't always lead to rapists being held accountable for their actions, which is why sometimes it's good to post about it on social media. At least Destiny will be happy that the woman he allegedly recorded while they were having sex without her knowledge did file a police report against Destiny. Good job, Cherry. You have done things in the Destiny-approved way. Right after this, Destiny got into an argument with another woman about how James Dean didn't respect Stoya's safe word. Ask Stephen Bennell, ignoring a safe word and not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is rape. Go fuck yourself. Kill yourself, you fucking I hope you get ripped with a fucking shovel.
That's what he said.
Fucking badge and die.
Oh my god, listen to the fucking bile of this weird internet Reddit monster.
In his entire career on the internet. And it just so happens to be in response to women.
I do not support that message at all.
My question after seeing all of this is, why does Destiny have such an intense hatred for women talking about their negative sexual experiences on the internet? Is it because he just cares so much about these women and he doesn't want them to harm their own mental health because trauma dumping on the internet can be really damaging?
I think he's drunk and on cocaine. I think a lot of the problems are that he's drunk and on cocaine.
With allegations on the
I really feel this.
Can lead to women like Pixie and Cherry and Melina coming forth with allegations against people like Destiny, exposing them for being massive pieces of shit. I will again allow you to answer that question for yourself. We'll get back to Destiny treating women like shit a little bit later on, but now let's pivot to Destiny harming children. For some strange reason, a lot of people like to label Destiny here a pedophile. So in the next section, we'll get to the bottom of whether or not Mr. Bonnell here really is a certified EDP 445. Is Destiny really a pedo, or are these just false, slanderous allegations meant to try to dethrone the debate bro king? Let's find out. In 2012, when Destiny was 23, he shared in a group chat with a couple of his friends the messages, "You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15, what the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no." Then Destiny left a picture of this girl in a bikini in the chat and said, "Girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man." So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday. Well, like I said, a woman just filed a police report against Destiny, so we'll just have to wait and see if his prediction comes true. A couple years later, in 2015, when Destiny was 26, he shared in his chat, "I would fuck the shit out of that 15-year-old. There's no way that chick is 15. So now we've seen two separate occasions where Destiny says that he's attracted to 15-year-olds. Ironically, this conversation where he's sharing a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini with his friends is the exact same conversation where he also shared that other woman's nudes without her consent. Sharing non-consensual nudes and sharing a picture of a child in a bikini in one conversation? What a certified Destiny moment. This is what we in the business call a Diddy-stiny party. A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tykes so bad." I do think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Mediker.
Of course, of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said
that like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. And it's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
So you did get pictures from a 15-year-old?
Not nudes though. Sorry, I should specify. I think a couple pics of her like at the beach or some shit. But
in swimwear.
Yeah.
So you're getting swimwear pics from 15-year-olds?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. This shit is fucking crazy. Shit is fuck.
So, in these clips, he says that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck. And he admits to sharing a picture of this 15-year-old in a bikini.
I don't like this video. It seems like it's just like the content manner is just not something I need to do. So I'm just not going to.
Warframe is a wake-up call. Look, the phrases free-to-play and live service, whether by themselves or in combination with one another, don't fill players with a lot of confidence. And they shouldn't. Because they become synonymous with games and studios that are under-delivering on a product and service while asking for the absolute most from their audience. More time, more engagement, more money, extracting as much as they possibly can while putting in the least amount of effort. Warframe is the most well-known yet under-discussed and underappreciated games in all of gaming. It's often referred to as the internet's best-kept secret, and I'm tired of it being a secret. For all intents and purposes, Warframe is the blueprint by which many of these free-to-play games and live service games should be following, but they're not. It's a game that is tirelessly supported by its developer and by its community in a way that I don't even think any other game could even replicate, and once you guys hear about some of this stuff, it's going to blow your mind. Free-to-play and live service is supposed to be a way for developers to be able to deliver a smaller product and grow it over time. Be able to deliver a valuable service, a valuable product, and grow it while the community supports it. And that's the kind of game that Warframe is. That's what we're going to be talking about today. Luckily, today's sponsor is actually the game that inspired Warframe. I've played World of Tanks multiple times over the years with my friends, and this is an easy suggestion to make. World of Tanks is one of the longest running free-to-play games on the market and has been actively supported for over a decade now, with over 100 million registered users, hundreds of tanks, tons of customization.
Thank you, Legendary Drops. Have like and sub to your channel.
Incredible sound design, and hundreds of hours of gameplay. The extensive arsenal includes tank destroyers, artillery, light, medium, and heavy tanks, providing you with a wide range of options for different combat strategies. It's a free-to-play game that brings you massive battles with a huge variety of tanks. Whether you're charging in guns blazing or sneaking up on enemies, there's always a new way to play. And here's the best part. New players will get an amazing deal using the invite code COMBAT and the link in the description below. You'll get a Cromwell B Tier 6 British Premium tank, 250,000 credits, and 7 days of premium access. Plus you'll get to try out 3 other Tier 6 tanks for 10 battles each. Just use the link in the description below to get started. So what is Warframe? It's a looter shooter, live service MMO with a third-person perspective. You play as a Warframe, you're dashing through levels, taking down enemies, farming up materials, currency, and other items so that you can continue to build more weapons and more Warframes to use. Warframes vary in their looks and abilities. Some of them play like a ninja, others like a battering ram or even a wizard. There's even a frame that lets you create your own music so that you can buff other players. You have pets, ships, clans, PvP, personal housing, boss fights, a roguelike, a fighting game, open worlds, and more. It has consistently stayed in the top 20 of the most played games on Steam for over a decade now, and in doing that, there is something inherently special here. If we look at the game's player base on Steam, while it's not burning the world down with insane peaks, it's maintained its player base consistently since 2013, and it's only continued to grow. So how has Warframe maintained that success? Why is nobody talking about it? And unlike many other live service games, why aren't we hearing people complaining about it or how it mistreats its players? Well, to answer that, we need to understand the game's history and that of its creators. Now you may recognize the name Digital Extremes. Renowned for their early work on Unreal Tournament in partnership with Epic Games, they played a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of multiplayer first-person shooters. They were among the first to popularize key features like online multiplayer, power weapons, team deathmatch, and capture the flag, laying the ground for many of the multiplayer games that we play today. After parting ways with Epic Games, as Epic went on to make Gears of War with Xbox Studios, they decided to pitch their own game idea, and they tried to do it for over a decade. That game was called Dark Sector. They struggled to find a publisher for this dark sci-fi MMO concept that they had, and ultimately Digital Extremes was forced into doing work for hire just to be able to keep the company afloat. The decision to take on work-for-hire projects while necessary for financial stability came with its own difficulties. The studio faced a cycle of hiring employees for specific projects and then laying them off once that project concluded. This practice is commonplace for work-for-hire studios. However, it disrupted the lives of their employees and their families, a situation that the studio founder has regretted since then. He believed that publishers often lacked a clear vision, and that Digital Extremes would have been better off just focusing on smaller, self-controlled projects, as seen with independent studios that tend to produce higher quality work when they're given full creative control. Despite the continuous efforts to pitch Dark Sector to publishers, the studio continued to face rejection, primarily due to a lack of interest when it came to sci-fi games on the side of publishers, a sentiment that somehow never even changed even with the success of Halo. In a desperate move, Digital Extremes caved to a publisher's demands, shifting Dark Sector from a sci-fi MMO to a game that emulated the success of Resident Evil 4 at the time. This change involved transforming the protagonist from a space ninja to a CIA operative named Hayden Tenno, which strayed very far from the original concept. The new version of Dark Sector struggled to be able to find an audience, however, it eventually did and gained respectable reviews as well. After the release of Dark Sector, the industry started to trend away from AA releases to AAA games, and this made for more issues at Digital Extremes. The studio, which had previously worked on BioShock's multiplayer and The Darkness 2, found itself struggling to find any contracts as they began to dry up and publishers wanted to start making games in-house. Observing the success of free-to-play games like World of Tanks in 2010, Digital Extremes saw an opportunity in an emerging market. They didn't see free-to-play as a way to be able to milk players. They recognized and saw the potential to be able to create something smaller and grow the game over time rather than trying to pursue a traditional release. Facing imminent financial collapse with only 12 months of funds remaining, Digital Extremes decided to pursue a long-held vision for what used to be Dark Sector, and then was now codenamed Lotus. Within 2 months, they developed a working demo featuring spaceship raids and procedurally generated loot and layouts with an emphasis on co-op and PvE gameplay, recognizing there was a gap in the market. They approached free-to-play publishers asking for support, but they were getting rejected yet again. Undeterred, Digital Extremes decided to self-fund the project with only 9 months of funds remaining, wanting to give it their all rather than simply just walk away. The development of the alpha version of the game saw significant involvement from Rebecca Ford, an intern who led the creation of their community team. This team was crucial in gathering and responding to player feedback, a strategy that helped shape the game's development and ultimately its success. Embracing the success of Kickstarter campaigns that were going on at the time, Digital Extremes introduced supporter packs to raise additional funds. This approach, while initially slow, proved ultimately effective and demonstrated that there was an audience for their game. Thus, Warframe was born, a game over a decade in the making, who had faith in itself. Scorned by an industry, nobody else wanted to make it except for them. It released into beta on Steam in 2013 to over 20,000 players, and has only continued to grow since. Over the years, I've come to realize that the vast majority of the studios that we grew up loving, the games that we grew up loving, the biggest studios and publishers that are out there, all came from very similar, humble beginnings. But the vast majority of them forgot about it. And the ones that don't end up being the ones that are the most loved and appreciated. Look at Larian Studios. Their story is almost identical to Digital Extremes. They started off making their own games to limited success. They did work for hire for a while just to be able to keep the doors open. When that industry started to dry up and move away, they went to go make their own game in Divinity Original Sin. They danced with bankruptcy, almost losing the entire studio, but they found an audience that wanted to support it, and now look at them. Baldur's Gate 3 is heralded as one of the greatest games of all time. They blew up, as they deserve to do so. When I look around the industry right now, I see a lot of studios that are making games not because they want to make them, but because they're profit motivated. Purely profit motivated. They no longer look at players as anything other than tools for making money, and that's it. Rather than looking at them for what they actually are, which is a means to be able to deliver a higher quality product, use their feedback and their information to be able to earn their money, and then by extension, make your game even that more popular. Because when players are happy, they tend to talk about it a heck of a lot more. And I've also noticed that, games are a form of art, and without soul, there is no art. And in the case of games, I think a lot of players are starting to wake up and realize they can see it in your trailers, they can see it in your gameplay, they can see it when the soul isn't there. And when they know it's there and they see it's there, they're into that game. But when they don't see it, they don't want to have anything to do with it. And I think that's why we've seen a lot of games over the last few years fail. Digital Extremes started out with great intentions, to be honest with you. But that doesn't mean that they didn't make the same mistakes that many other free-to-play and live service games make time and time again, and that's with its monetization. But the difference is, they learn from their mistakes. I don't think anybody can disagree with this. Recently, over the last few years, both live service and free-to-play games have permeated through every space in the entire gaming industry. Every single company wants their Fortnite, Counter-Strike, Genshin Impact, whatever it might be, and of course they would, because they draw in revenues. It would make you wonder why anybody would ever want to make another full-priced game again. But with the introduction of free-to-play live service games, we've seen year over year, month over month, players are losing ground, losing choice, and losing their money. Free-to-play has become synonymous with cutting content and player achievement and putting a price tag on it. While the gameplay itself is free, the model has incentivized developers to paywall everything in the game or put in absurd time restrictions and hurdles for players to be able to overcome just so they can try to earn anything with their own time or their own skill. Studios today are incentivized to actively harm the player experience and lower the quality of the overall product, all in the name of higher profits. Digital Extremes was incredibly nervous about getting into free-to-play because they were afraid that they were going to do it wrong, and in fact, they did. At first, they started selling power, and it wasn't the reputation that they wanted to create for themselves. At the creation of Warframe, you could double the capacity of your mod or skill tree slots in your Warframes. However, there was no way to be able to earn this in-game, and the only way that you could get it was by paying for it with real money. Early on, before the game's beta release, Digital Extremes saw the players' feedback regarding this issue and removed it and any other perceived pay-for-power microtransactions, vowing for fair monetization to be a core tenet of the studio moving forward. In that move, and other changes that they made, due to their deep involvement in the early foundations of their game's community, they fostered a positive community spirit and gained even more support. In an interview 6 years ago with Danny O'Dwyer of No Clip Documentaries, they mentioned how difficult it was for them to be able to find any marketing or visibility because at the time, nobody wanted to touch free-to-play games. However, the positive community that they had already started to culture, the fact that they had been listening to their community, ended up catching the attention of the late great commentator Total Biscuit, who came to cover the game and catapult its popularity into the mainstream. I think that this is one of the most valuable lessons for Digital Extremes or any company to learn, and it's that good things happen to good developers, especially those who treat their players as well as Digital Extremes and listens to their feedback. Game developers large and small need to recognize that they are providing a product and service to us, not the other way around. The expectation is on them to create a fun, fair, entertaining, and valuable experience in exchange for our money. When I see game developers posting on Reddit talking about how they hate gamers because of YouTube livestream comments, or how a lead Starfield developer makes a Twitter thread saying, "Funny how disconnected some players are from the realities of game development, and yet they speak with complete authority. I mean, I can guess what it takes to make a Hostess Twinkie, but I don't work in the factory, so what the hell do I know really? Not a lot." And neither of these opinions that these people have are in the minority of opinions. With what authority do players speak? With their money. They are your paying customers. While players may not know exactly how to voice their concerns, and oftentimes will do it in the wrong way, you still should be listening to them because they are telling you that something is wrong with your game, and at the end of the day, all they want is a better product, which only serves to make you more money in the end.
Yep, I'm gonna move on. I don't like Warframe.
In early January, only weeks before
Thank you,
Donald
Real
Trump
Life
assumed
Lore.
the
I'd like to
American
sub to your
presidency,
channel.
He held a press conference at his home in Mar-a-Lago, Florida, during which he explicitly laid out his goals towards American territorial expansion during his second term in office. Trump claimed during this press conference, without evidence, that the Panama Canal was being operated by China, that it was a mistake to have ever given the canal to Panama in the first place, and that America needed the canal for economic security. Then he also said that the United States also needed the island of Greenland for national security purposes. questioned Denmark's legal right to the territory, urged Denmark to give it up, and threatened to impose crushing high-level tariffs on Denmark if they refused to cooperate. And then, when responding to a question asked by a reporter at the conference, Trump very pointedly refused to rule out using the U.S. military to acquire either the Panama Canal from Panama or Greenland from Denmark through force if they refused to negotiate. And since then, these comments have sent shockwaves around the world, as everyone has attempted to answer just how serious Trump's comments were or weren't. The president of Panama has since insisted that every last square meter of the Panama Canal is Panamanian, and that control over it by anyone else is completely non-negotiable. While similarly, the prime ministers of both Denmark and Greenland have insisted that Greenland is not for sale to America. And in a more subtle refute of Trump's comments at Mar-a-Lago, the recently crowned Danish king Frederick X ordered a new update to the country's royal coat of arms that more heavily emphasizes the position of the polar bear in the lower left, which represents Greenland's status within the Danish kingdom. So far, the battle being fought over who should control Greenland between Denmark, America, or Greenland itself has been fully contained to chat rooms across the internet. But in order to understand the context behind Trump's comments toward Greenland and what could actually end up happening regarding the territory, it helps to start with some history and what makes Greenland so inherently valuable to the interests of the United States, regardless of who's actually in power. By this point, Trump himself has a long history of suggesting that America should acquire the world's largest island from Denmark, a territory that's roughly the same size as the whole of Western Europe. He first suggested that America should make an offer to purchase Greenland during his first term in office in 2019, which was politely but firmly rejected by the Danish government at the time, and only caused a light amount of tension between the two heavily allied governments. But America's interest in acquiring Greenland from Denmark goes back way further into the past than most Americans probably realize. Long before Donald Trump, while Denmark's roots in Greenland go even further back before the United States even existed as a country. The ancestors of today's Danes, the Vikings, discovered Greenland as an uninhabited island a very long time ago, sometime around the year 1000, and began settling it. But they eventually died out and abandoned Greenland around 450 years later, sometime around 1450. The ancestors of today's Inuit people in Greenland began arriving to the island around the same time as the Vikings were abandoning it. And then, 3 centuries later, in 1721, Denmark began resettling Greenland again and incorporated the island as a colony of theirs. Greenland then continually remained as a colonial possession of Denmark for centuries, except for a brief period during World War II between 1941 and 1945, when Denmark itself in Europe was occupied by Nazi Germany, and the United States took it upon itself to militarily occupy Greenland to keep it out of Germany's hands. After the war ended, the United States turned Greenland's control back over to Denmark again, and Denmark further incorporated Greenland into their country by making the entire island a county of Denmark itself. By this point, the vast majority of Greenland's population were ethnically Inuit, and at the tail end of the decolonization era in 1979, Denmark finally granted Greenland its home rule and broad autonomy. Greenland gained its own separate parliament and full control over its own domestic affairs, including setting policy concerning any mining on the island, while Denmark still retained full control over Greenland's foreign and security policies without the need to consult the Greenlanders much themselves. Much later on in 2009, after voters approved a referendum in Greenland, the island and Denmark agreed on a new self-government act that provided a legal pathway for Greenland to eventually declare its independence from Denmark if they ever desire to do so. From then on through to the present day, Greenland has been permitted to host a referendum on ultimate independence from Denmark that, if passed by a majority of its voters, would then need to be approved by the Danish parliament. Now, throughout the past 300-plus years of Denmark's evolving level of control over Greenland since 1721, the United States has also frequently expressed its own interest in acquiring the territory for themselves. The U.S., of course, has established a very long history of expanding its territory in the Americas and beyond through purchasing new lands from other countries at often highly opportunistic times. The country purchased the enormous Louisiana territory from France in 1803 at a time when Napoleon feared losing the territory to the British and needed money to fund his wars in Europe. The U.S. purchased Florida from Spain in 1819 after the territory had become a financial burden on the Spanish. It forced Mexico into ceding over more than half of their country's territory in 1848 for a bargain bin price after subjugating them during the Mexican-American War. And then the U.S. further purchased what's today's southern New Mexico and Arizona from Mexico in 1854 as the country faced another potential American invasion and decided to sell the territory rather than fight again. In 1867, just after the U.S. Civil War, the U.S. purchased the Alaska Territory from Russia at a time when the Russians feared losing the territory to the British coming from Canada during a potential war. And it was around this same time that Greenland also first registered as an official acquisition interest in Washington. The U.S. Secretary of State at the time of the Alaska purchase, William H. Seward, also commissioned a report on the benefits that could be had by an American purchase of Greenland from Denmark. The report concluded that an American acquisition of both Alaska from Russia and Greenland from Denmark would be advantageous because it would apply pressure on the Canadians wedged in between them to eventually join the United States as well. So the following year in 1868, Seward entered into negotiations with Denmark to purchase both Greenland and even Iceland as well. But in the end, Seward...
BRB, gotta pee. Much better. I had to pee so bad. I was like there and taking breaks.
never ended up making an official offer to the Danes at the time, because the US Congress had just rejected another treaty he had sponsored to purchase the Danish West Indies and the Caribbean. And after that, he figured they would reject an acquisition of Greenland and Iceland as well, and the idea was dropped. After that, the US forced Spain into selling the Philippines to them in 1898 after defeating them in a war. And they, of course, pressured Panama into selling them the Panama Canal Zone concession a few years later in 1903. After that acquisition, the U.S. interest in further acquiring the Danish West Indies and the Caribbean increased significantly, because they feared that the islands could potentially come under the control of Imperial Germany instead of Denmark, who could use them as a naval base to threaten America's access to the Panama Canal during a wartime scenario. And so, in 1910, the then U.S. ambassador to Denmark suggested a bizarre and complicated scheme to Danish officials, in which the U.S. would trade the major Philippine islands of Mindanao and Palawan to Denmark, in exchange for both the Danish West Indies and Greenland. Then, Denmark would be able to trade the Philippine Islands to Germany in exchange for northern Schleswig in Europe, which at the time was a Danish-majority territory that was controlled by Germany. The offer appears to have never been seriously considered by the Danish side, though, and it became a moot point following World War I anyway, after Germany was forced into just ceding northern Schleswig to Denmark. Nonetheless, the United States continued to remain interested in acquiring the Danish West Indies and Greenland, and in 1916, Denmark expressed that it would be willing to sell the Danish West Indies to America in exchange for the U.S. recognizing Denmark's claim to the entirety of Greenland. The U.S. ultimately agreed with this position and purchased the Danish West Indies the following year in 1917, which then became the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the U.S. also extended their formal recognition of Greenland as a territory of Denmark. During the Second World War, the U.S. military stepped in to temporarily occupy Greenland between 1941 and 1945 to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Nazis. But as the world began moving into the new era of the Cold War, America's interest in Greenland became much more intense than it had ever been before. Greenland, you see, sits about precisely in the geographical dead center between Washington, D.C. and Moscow, and so it sits directly along the shortest possible flight path between the United States and the former Soviet Union. America now wanted control over Greenland for its security and military applications, because it could enable U.S. bombers and missiles stationed there to most rapidly attack the Soviet Union, while it could also serve as America's front line of defense for detecting a Soviet aerial attack launched against the U.S. mainland. Because of these applications, the U.S. considered Greenland to be of enormous geopolitical importance at the beginning of the Cold War. And so, in 1946, the U.S. government secretly offered Denmark $100 million in gold bullion, or about $1 billion in today's money, for the purchase of Greenland. The U.S. argued to Danish authorities at the time, as they similarly do today, that a sale of the territory to the United States would actually benefit Denmark as well, because it would prevent any criticism of US military bases being present on Danish soil, while it would also save Denmark from the costs of having to subsidize Greenland themselves. But the Danish foreign minister at the time rejected the offer, saying that while his country owed the Americans a great deal for their assistance during the Second World War, he felt that they didn't owe them the entire island of Greenland. But while Denmark didn't agree to sell Greenland to the Americans, they still recognized how important the territory was to them and essentially allowed the Americans to use Greenland for everything they actually wanted. Denmark and the US both became founding members of the NATO alliance in 1949, and in 1951, the two countries agreed on a treaty that allowed the US to build a massive new Air Force base in the far northwest of the island that became known as Thule Air Base. Thule then became one of America's most important overseas military bases during the Cold War. It enabled US reconnaissance aircraft a base to spy on the northern Soviet Union from. It also became a base from which American nuclear-armed strategic bombers could use to threaten the Soviet Union from. And early warning radar systems set up there enabled America to detect any potential nuclear-armed ICBMs that the Soviets fired over the Arctic Circle towards the US mainland. Greenland also became a major strategic component in America's Cold War naval strategy as well. The Soviet strategic nuclear submarine fleet based itself in the far northern port of Murmansk, meaning that if they sortied out from port towards the US East Coast, they would have to pass through the bodies of water between the UK, Iceland, and Greenland in order to do so, which became known as the GIUK Gap. Ensuring that the GIUK Gap remained closed during a potential hot war with the Soviet Union became a top military priority for the US in the Cold War, and it ensured America's continued interest in having at least some kind of military presence in Greenland. After the Cold War ended in the early 1990s, though, America's interest in Greenland dramatically plummeted for around 20 years as relations with Russia entered into a new, initially warmer phase. America's military presence and activity in Thule significantly decreased. But then, several compounding factors in the 2010s and the 2020s reignited America's long interest in Greenland once again. A renewed confrontational relationship began emerging between America and Russia again after Russia seized control over Crimea in 2014, and especially after Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in early 2022 that continues to this day. Russia began heavily remilitarizing their dormant Soviet-era naval bases in the Arctic, to the point where they now significantly outnumber the number of NATO bases in the Arctic. While the Russian North Sea Fleet homeported in Murmansk remained the crown jewel and the nerve center of Russia's strategic nuclear submarine deterrent force. America's long interest in Greenland from a defense perspective became reinforced, but new interests and concerns developed as well. America's interest in defending the GIUK Gap is increased in the modern world of the internet, and the valuable underwater high-speed cables that connect the world together in the digital realm. Two of these critically important underwater cables pass right by Greenland today. The Far North Fiber cable that provides the quickest direct internet connection between Japan and Europe, and the Leif Erikson cable that provides the quickest direct internet connection between Canada and Scandinavia. Moreover, if Russian submarines were able to pass through the GIUK Gap undetected today and advance further into the North Atlantic, they could threaten to sabotage the numerous high-speed internet cables that connect the United States to Europe, a risk that could compromise the delivery of information from America to Europe long enough to briefly paralyze US military forces in Europe during a Russian attack on, say, the Baltic states. As recently as 2020, Reuters described Greenland as a security black hole for the United States and its allies, reporting that its nearly 27,000 miles of largely uninhabited coastline was exceedingly difficult to properly monitor, especially for a small country like Denmark, who spent decades underspending on their own defense. Since the end of the Cold War, Denmark continually spent less than 2% of their GDP on defense for decades, until the Russian invasion of Ukraine sparked them to finally raise it back to more than 2% by 2023. After granting Greenland their home rule in 1979, Denmark has still remained ultimately responsible for Greenland's defense, but it's been a very, very small force. As recently as 2020, Denmark only had 4 patrol ships, 4 helicopters, 1 single maritime patrol aircraft, and 6 dog sled teams assigned to the whole of Greenland to patrol and defend an area that's roughly the size of Western Europe. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the US government has repeatedly demanded that Denmark improve their aerial surveillance capabilities over Greenland, and a study in 2022 by the US-based RAND Corporation suggested then that integrating Greenland into the coverage of the North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, would help to mitigate this. The old American airbase at Thule has since been transformed into a U.S. Space Force base that's now known as Patuxent Space Base. And it's also only grown in importance to the U.S. military's strategic planning. The U.S. military now operates several polar orbiting communications, weather and imaging satellites that cover the northern hemisphere. And these satellites require a station that's down on the ground within the Arctic Circle for their consistent tracking, telemetry, and control. And today, the only two polar satellite operations facilities that the United States controls are Patuxent in Greenland and Clear in central Alaska. Thus, if the US lost control over Patuxent for whatever reason today, like, say, in the event of Greenland becoming independent from Denmark and then just telling the US to leave, America would be forced to rely exclusively on their base in Alaska for their continued polar satellite operations, which would leave the military with zero redundancy and fallback options to rely upon. But again, Denmark was still giving the US military everything that it asked of it concerning Greenland and remained a steadfast American ally with its own understandable interests in Greenland as well. Denmark honored America's call to war in both Afghanistan and Iraq following the 9/11 attacks, and they lost 43 of their soldiers in Afghanistan, a higher loss per capita than any other member of the coalition suffered there, while 7 more Danish soldiers were also killed in Iraq. Denmark's geography itself is also extremely important for the confrontation with Russia, because Denmark controls the gates between the North Sea and the Baltic, and is better positioned than anyone else to bottle up the Russian Baltic Sea Fleet within the Baltic, especially with their competent and capable Navy and Air Force that's acquired dozens of modern F-35 fighter jets from the United States. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Denmark has also donated more than 7.1 billion euros of direct military aid to the Ukrainians, including the transfer of their entire arsenal of artillery shells and 19 of their F-16 fighter jets, making them among the highest per capita contributors to the Ukrainian war effort as well. Denmark's continued control over Greenland is important to them, not only because they have more than 300 years of continuous history there by now, but also because Greenland makes otherwise small Denmark about 50 times larger than it otherwise would be, while it also grants Denmark, and by extension the European Union, their only coastline in the Arctic as well, which gives Denmark and the EU both a great deal of say on what actually goes on in the Arctic. Greenland is also the basis of Denmark's current sovereignty claim to the geographic North Pole, which is only rivaled by the much larger Arctic nations of Canada and Russia. And all of these nations' overlapping claims to the North Pole matters a whole hell of a lot more than simply boosting national pride and ego. As climate change continues to accelerate throughout the century, the permanent layer of sea ice that's covered the Arctic for all of human history will progressively shrink in size enough to the point where cargo ships will eventually be able to regularly traverse through it, especially with the help of nuclear-powered icebreakers. Greenland is geographically well placed between the Northwest Passage through Canada and the Northern Sea route along Russia, both of which should be largely opened up to large-scale maritime traffic through most of the year just by next decade.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get to 72.
Greenland in the future,
nice.
The island's eastern shores sit directly along the proposed Trans-Polar Sea Route, which runs directly through the center of the North Pole. So far, the Trans-Polar Sea Route has been impossible to use for large-scale maritime shipping because the center of the Arctic has been permanently covered by thick sea ice, including during the summer. But some analysts believe that by around the year 2050, the Arctic sea ice will have retreated enough to make even the Trans-Polar Sea Route actually viable to use by the maritime shipping industry, which will change the way that the world trades forever, because it will become the new shortest maritime trade route between both Asia and Europe, and between Asia and the eastern side of the Americas, saving thousands of kilometers of distance and huge amounts of money over the current trade routes through the Suez and Panama canals. And whoever ends up controlling Greenland will have the best geographic positioning possible to extend their own control and influence over this new trade route that will probably become even more valuable than the Suez Canal in the not-too-distant future. And beyond the future valuable trade routes running by Greenland that everyone's interested in, there's also the well-known treasure trove of Greenland's incredibly valuable mineral resources that everyone wants some kind of access to as well. The U.S. Geological Survey maintains a list of 50 mineral commodities that are critical to the U.S. economy and national security. At the present, roughly half of these critical minerals have their production dominated by China, including very key minerals that are important for modern technologies like gallium and germanium used in semiconductors, and graphite that's used in electric vehicles, batteries, and nuclear reactors. In total, according to a 2023 report by the Brookings Institution, roughly 60% of all the world's so-called rare earth elements that are critical for military technology and the green energy transition are currently being produced by China, while 85% of the world's rare earth processing is also done in China too, giving China a virtual monopoly on the supply chain of the raw materials that are critical for building the future and maintaining a technological military edge. But it's well known by this point that the largest supply of rare earth elements and critical minerals anywhere outside of China are just sitting there almost completely untapped by anybody in Greenland. When combining the already known and discovered deposits in the south and the east of Greenland, the island is known to be home to reserves of 43 out of 50 of the US government's critical minerals list. Among those minerals include probable world-leading massive deposits of both graphite and lithium, which are both critical to the production of electric vehicles. The production of both graphite and lithium are currently dominated by countries that are distinctly not the United States or Europe, with China producing 77% of the world's graphite and Australia and Chile producing nearly 80% of the world's lithium. Whoever ends up controlling and exploiting Greenland's graphite and lithium reserves will suddenly make themselves a world leader in both resources, and they'll secure a critical component of the global electric vehicle production supply chain, which probably on its own explains a great deal of Elon Musk's and Donald Trump's interest in Greenland. But beyond the graphite and lithium, Greenland is believed to also contain enormous deposits of other critical minerals too, like neodymium that's used for magnets in electric motors, terbium that's used for magnets in tanks, molybdenum that strengthens steel necessary for offshore wind farms, along with critical base metals like cobalt, copper, iron, zinc, and nickel that are used for all sorts of things. One single known deposit of uranium in Kvanefjeld in the far south of Greenland is believed to be the 6th largest uranium deposit ever discovered in the entire world, and it alone contains more uranium than has been discovered in the entire United States. And beyond minerals, Greenland is also believed to contain large amounts of oil and gas as well. An estimate from the US Geological Survey in 2008 suggested that untapped wells off the coast of Greenland could produce about 52 billion barrels of oil, which if accurate, would be equivalent to about 3% of all the world's proven reserves of oil currently. And it would place Greenland within the top 10 countries worldwide by oil reserves, roughly equivalent to the status of Libya. If they were hypothetically acquired by the US, they would dramatically increase the country's total oil reserves into 6th place globally, with nearly half the total reserves of the oil giant Saudi Arabia. Now, historically, despite Greenland having a veritable motherlode of resources, they've been extremely difficult to access and exploit. Greenland's terrain and environment is extremely harsh. About 4/5 of the entire island is covered by a permanent thick ice sheet that reaches up to 3 kilometers thick in the interior of the island. The population base of Greenland today is also very, very small despite its size. There's only about 56,000 people who actually live in Greenland, and they're scattered all around the island in several small towns, none of which are actually connected to each other by roads. The only way to travel between Greenland's towns is by flying between them, sailing between them, or sometimes taking a snowmobile or dog sled team between them. Across an area that's the size of Western Europe.
Oh my
The
god.
required infrastructure across Greenland to actually access and mine the island's resources at scale would be incredibly expensive. Well, none of the ports on the island remain ice-free for longer than a couple months out of the year either, meaning that the island's maritime exports would require icebreakers that would increase the cost of development even further. But as the world has grown increasingly interested in the sheer scale of the wealth of Greenland's resources, the pace of mining there has steadily increased. Only a decade ago in the mid-2010s, there were just 12 exploratory sites across the island where firms were drilling for resources at. Today, there's around 170 exploration sites where drilling is currently taking place. But there's also only one single active mine on the entire island for the moment. And that's where Greenland's current problems begin. Because Greenland has such a small population and virtually no industries to speak of, the availability of capital in the island is naturally going to be extremely small until they can actually
The party's
get
over.
large-scale mining going off the ground. But in order to do that, they need a huge amount of capital to get the required infrastructure into place that they don't have and will never have on their own. This means that Greenland needs to acquire a lot of foreign investment in order to get their mining operations kickstarted. And it also means that historically, Greenland has needed to be supported and subsidized by someone from the outside in order to survive. Denmark, who still ultimately controls Greenland, has always filled that role for now. The Danish state provides roughly $500 million to Greenland per year worth of subsidies, which accounts for roughly 20% of the island's total GDP and more than half of the Greenlandic government's budget that finances the territory's employment, education, and healthcare services. Greenland is therefore highly dependent on Denmark right now and their subsidies to survive, despite most Greenlanders desiring their independence from Denmark today. Based on the most recent opinion poll from 2019, roughly 2/3 of the small population in Greenland support their independence from Denmark. And tensions between Denmark and Greenland had already been growing in the years leading up to Trump's recent comments. During the colonial era after World War II, when Greenland was a direct county of Denmark's, the Danish authorities pursued a policy of what they called modernization in the territory that has been increasingly coming under higher scrutiny recently. In the 1950s, 22 Inuit children in Greenland were taken from their families to Denmark to be raised as Danes, and then returned back to Greenland with the goal of fostering closer cultural ties. A few years ago in 2022, the Danish government formally apologized to 6 of those 22 children who were still alive, just before another colonial-era scandal came roaring back to the forefront of Greenlandic politics. During the 1960s and 70s, the Danish government carried out a birth control program in Greenland where thousands of Inuit women and girls had IUDs inserted, in many cases against their consent. The Danish government stated that the program was to control Greenland's birth rate and to prevent unplanned pregnancies and costs, and it was ultimately successful in halving the birth rate in Greenland within just a few years. However, several Inuit Greenlandic politicians have recently accused the program as having amounted to a genocide of their people, including the current serving Prime Minister of Greenland, who directly called it a genocide during an interview as recently as December of 2024. In 2023, Denmark decided to hold a 2-year public investigation into the birth control program that's brought the painful scars of the colonial past in Greenland into the forefront of the island's politics. 67 Greenlandic women have sued the Danish government as a part of the investigation, who say that they had IUDs inserted to control their pregnancies against their wills. And the overall investigation is set to conclude at some point this year in 2025. This whole investigation within the small community of just 56,000 people in Greenland has almost certainly contributed to a greater shift to the island's desire for independence from Denmark, led by a prime minister who is already very pro-independence. At a press conference on the 10th of January, after Trump's comments, Greenland's prime minister plainly stated, quote, "We don't want to be Danes, we don't want to be Americans, we want to be Greenlanders," end quote. Greenland's next elections are coming up soon, and with the ongoing investigation into the colonial-era birth control scandal, the topic of independence from Denmark was already going to be the front and center issue. And now, Trump's comments about purchasing or acquiring Greenland have effectively thrown gasoline onto the pro-independence flames that were already burning there, whether Trump intended to do that or not. There are many people in Greenland who now see the value in playing Denmark and the United States off of one another. And as Greenland becomes increasingly important geopolitically in the 21st century, many Greenlanders want their final independence so that they can pursue their own foreign policy and diplomacy separate from Denmark, so that they can enter into their own deals with whoever they want. Greenland has the legal pathway to independence through holding a referendum, while other international law scholars have suggested that due to Greenland's prior status as a colony of Denmark's, they also possess the legal right to self-determination.
I have 17 mining ships.
And could unilaterally declare their independence as well, without asking the approval of the Danish parliament at all. The big issue is what would happen next. Without Denmark's annual subsidies, Greenland would immediately lose 20% of their GDP and half of their government's operating budget. Denmark and Greenland currently have an arrangement where if mining operations in Greenland start really kicking off, the royalties that'll be paid out to Greenland by the mining companies will be offset by reductions in Denmark's annual subsidies, which has always reduced the incentive in Greenland to actually speed up their mining operations. Because Denmark will reduce their subsidies as mining royalties increase, most analysts expect that Greenland wouldn't see any economic benefits to large-scale mining operations until around 20 years after they start, which kind of de-incentivizes them from really ever starting and incentivizes them to just stick with Denmark's subsidies and Denmark's political control instead, undoubtedly much to the preference of Denmark. Problematically for Greenland, even if they did get mining operations going in the country with the help of foreign investment, there's no clear way that it would ever benefit local Greenlanders beyond the direct government royalties. You see, in healthy mining economies, mining operations will buy their equipment from local companies and will process their ores with local companies, which will spur on wider local economic activity as a result. But in Greenland, this can't really happen because most of the locations of the discovered large mineral deposits are far away from the current population centers, while Greenland's own small population base simply doesn't have the skills or the numbers that would be required to operate the mines and provide for their equipment and processing. Greenland's tiny labor market is also currently extremely tight, with only 0.2% of the workforce that's currently unemployed and a whopping 43% of the workforce that's currently employed by the government. Greenland effectively just has no spare labor capacity available to work in any future mines. Which means that, like the sparsely populated Gulf Arab states did after they discovered oil, Greenland's only available option to actually exploit their mineral resources with mines that they require to actually be independent from Denmark or anyone else is by importing enormous numbers of foreign laborers. And because Greenland's population is so tiny, that has the potential to radically alter Greenland's entire demographics and society very quickly. According to Greenlandic officials, an average mine that will be operated on the island will require around 300 experienced foreign miners to run, meaning that just a single mine with that many workers will increase the whole island's population by 0.5%. 10 mines will increase Greenland's population by 5%, and some government projections suggest that Greenland's population would more than double within just a few years of large-scale mining beginning. In other countries that had small populations but massive resources that imported a lot of foreign labor, like Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, the foreign laborer population is now orders of magnitude larger than the local citizen population is. And a similar fate would probably ultimately befall an independent Greenland as well. In the Gulf states, especially in Saudi Arabia, the massive importation of foreign workers that enabled the country to exploit their resources also resulted in the government growing rich in royalties that it lavished upon its own citizens, which resulted in most of their own citizens opting to work for the government or getting by on government handouts and killed the incentive for anyone to start their own businesses. Their domestic productivity collapsed and their dependency on the oil industry grew even more chronic with time. Greenland has effectively been a planned economy within the Danish realm for more than 300 years now. And because so much of the island's government budget and its GDP have come from Denmark for so long, the wealthier class on the island are the ones who have the closest connection to those subsidies. Patronage networks exist in Greenland as a result. And so, there is a substantial risk of rampant corruption taking hold in Greenland after it potentially becomes independent and welcomes massive foreign investment in mining operations. 56,000 people governing this island effectively, the presence of such an enormous looming financial windfall will be incredibly difficult to do and avoid corruption. It's been described by some analysts as being akin to a small town in America being granted the keys to the oil fields of Saudi Arabia. What do you think your town's council would do with that? And if deep-seated corruption takes hold in Greenland post-independence, which is likely, the immense wealth it stands to gain in the future will not only be wildly unevenly distributed amongst its population, but there's also the potential that Greenland would shift further into authoritarianism and into the orbits of China and Russia. And China and Russia acquiring privileged access to Greenland's critical minerals would effectively lock China's monopoly on the global supply of critical minerals for good, while it would also secure China and Russia's control over the valuable Arctic trade routes in the future, all of which would of course be completely unacceptable to both the United States and also to Europe. Thus, Greenland doesn't have very many truly palatable options ahead of it. It could choose to remain a part of Denmark despite the majority of its people wanting independence. It could become independent and lose their subsidies from Denmark, and then resort to large-scale mining to support themselves, which will radically transform Greenlandic society forever, with massive numbers of foreigners and a significant potential for corruption issues. Or it could seek to move away from Denmark and towards the United States through a variety of different means. Trump's suggestion of an outright purchase of Greenland, like America's territorial acquisitions of the past, is one of these options. The Economist came up with a recent crude valuation of Greenland that took into account its annual GDP of $3 billion, minus the island's public sector that's overwhelmingly subsidized by Denmark, and then assumed that Greenland's long-run economic growth trend continues, and America receiving 16% of the island's GDP in taxes per year, which is the current
16% in taxes?
The result was that Greenland was currently worth approximately $50 billion in a potential sale, which is only about 1/20th of the annual U.S. military budget. If the U.S. purchased Greenland directly from the Greenlanders and signed they could afford to pay roughly every single resident who lives there $1 million in cash and make every Greenlander a millionaire in the process. If Greenland also sold the island to the Americans, it would bring with it the full weight of the American administrative, legal, and security systems.
We want to buy Greenland?
Which, at least in theory, would eliminate the currently
I'm for it, actually.
setting in there. and would also probably guarantee a much more.
But of course I'm for it. I'm an American
Greenland's
conquistador.
literal windfall than if they would add it alone. The same could be said for remaining a part of Denmark and courting foreign investment through them as well, of course. But the American counter-argument to that would be the billions of dollars it could immediately bring to the citizens of Greenland that Denmark simply can't afford. While the US would likely further argue that American control over Greenland would ensure a stronger NATO presence in the Arctic that Denmark can't maintain on their own, in a theater that's increasingly becoming a tense geopolitical showdown with Russia's rapid remilitarization over their side of the Arctic. Of course, the Danes and much of the rest of the world suspect that Trump's true motives for wanting American control over Greenland are far more simple and straightforward. Acquiring Greenland would be the single largest territorial acquisition made in all of American history, just barely surpassing the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 in scale that was made by Thomas Jefferson. Securing Greenland would cement Donald Trump's legacy in American history for all time to come. But if Trump is also successful at bullying a staunch American ally like Denmark into giving up its territories, it'll also permanently and catastrophically harm America's reputation around the world. And it'll cast grave doubts into the rest of America's allies around the world as well. While it would also give further legitimacy to Russia's territorial demands in Ukraine and even China's territorial demand on Taiwan. One more potential path forward for Greenland, America, and Denmark is to potentially explore the path of a Compact of Free Association, or COFA. The United States already has COFA relationships with 3 otherwise independent states in the world: the Federated States of Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, and Palau. These 3 island countries are all independent, but they're given access to America's domestic programs through the COFA agreement like Medicaid, the U.S. Postal Service, the Department of Education, the Federal Aviation Administration, FEMA, and many others. The citizens of the COFA states and American citizens are each fully free to live and work in each other's countries, while trade between the U.S. and the COFA states is also duty-free. In exchange, the COFA states allow the U.S. military effectively open access to all of their countries' territories, and they agree to prohibit access to other foreign militaries without explicit American approval. COFA citizens are permitted to serve within the U.S. Armed Forces, while the U.S. handles all of their international defense treaties and affairs. The 3 COFA states in the Pacific are effectively American protectorates, who still maintain their nominal independence, and their populations are also comparable to Greenland, especially the Marshall Islands at 42,000 people and the Federated States of Micronesia with 115,000 people, nearly double Greenland's population. Rather than buying Greenland or overrunning it through military force, another option on the table is the U.S. offering Greenland to become another COFA state instead, which could preserve Greenland's sovereignty and their independence while also protecting them from the dangers of corruption, while still protecting America from Russian or Chinese activity on the island as well. A pro-independence member of the Greenlandic Parliament, Kuno Fenker, has even recently suggested that Greenland should pursue a dual COFA agreement with both the United States and Denmark after it declares its independence. But whatever option that Greenland ultimately decides to pursue, between remaining within Denmark, going completely independent, getting purchased and absorbed into the United States, or pursuing a Compact of Free Association agreement with the US and/or Denmark, the decision ultimately should rest with the Greenlanders themselves in a fair and open election and referendum. It's their island, it's their past that they're reconciling with, and it's their future that they're deciding how best to pursue. And it's their wishes that should ultimately be respected. Now, as a public figure who often makes videos here on YouTube about pretty controversial subjects, I used to have a big issue with data privacy, and I don't know about you, but I've also noticed a huge increase recently in the volume of spam calls and emails that I've been getting. That is, until I started using this video's sponsor, Incogni. You see, the reason that spam calls and emails have been getting worse recently is because of a thing called data brokers. These are private companies that collect and then sell your personal data that they scrape from publicly available records like electoral rolls and census reports. And there are hundreds of these kinds of data broker companies probably selling your personal information right now. These companies could have your name, phone number, address, shopping habits, and possibly even your social security number that's all available to the highest bidder. I know that when I checked myself, there were literally hundreds of different companies that had this kind of information up for sale to other companies, scammers, stalkers, or even worse. At best, this situation leads to scam calls and spam email, while at worst, it can lead to doxing or even identity theft. Data breaches are getting more and more common every year, and especially if you live in the United States, you straight up don't have any federal protection for these kinds of companies whatsoever. But this is where Incogni comes in to help. Incogni will fight on your behalf to remove your personal data from data brokers, and they'll deal with any objections that come from their side. All you've got to do is create an account and give them your approval to work on your behalf. Incogni will then carry out repeated ongoing removals, because even if the broker removes your data once, they can always just collect it and then sell it again. Incogni will repeatedly fight to make sure that your personal information stays off of the market permanently. I know that when I signed up, it was horrifying to see how many brokers out there actually had my data, and it was so satisfying seeing Incogni getting them deleted one by one. And I've seen a huge decrease in the number of spam calls and emails that I've gotten since. So, if you'd like to give Incogni a try as well, you can do so by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now, or by going to incogni.com/reallifelore, where you can use the code reallifelore to get an exclusive 60% off of an annual Incogni plan. You'll also greatly be helping to support my channel at the same time. So once again, that's incogni.com/reallifelore and code reallifelore for 60% off of an annual Incogni plan. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
How you doing, guys? Another episode of Steak and Eggs, and
Wow, they brought S-Fan on. It's just him and Amiru now.
episodes left, gentlemen.
It's not even a bad amount.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's a little while.
Poor Amiru, she got stuck with Asmongold. Oh well.
14 left until what?
Until well, we don't know yet, but based off of the last one, she's really good at these.
I'm really good at
she
being
is.
right.
It's impressive. And so today we have S-Fan. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah. What have you been up to?
I just got back from California.
So you were hanging out with Shroud and Baby No Money, gaming in Los Angeles with the boys. How was it?
I'll tell you, that's some of the most fun I've had in months.
Really?
It was just random stream. So I was going to host a Plunder Storm tournament for Blizzard.
Yeah.
So I go to host this tournament, and Shroud had mentioned that he wanted people to come on his Spragathon. He's like, hey, best event, you can come, that's cool. So I hit him up and said, hey, I'm actually coming to California. I gotta go host this tournament, and then I'll come over after.
Yeah.
I'm on Twitter, and I see Baby No Money is at Riot doing something.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
for his Victor cosplay. I don't know if you saw that stuff.
Yeah, I did. I did see some of that stuff. And he told me all about it.
He and Will Neff were being
super gay.
Being goof boys?
They were super gay.
Nice.
I wouldn't get it. It's
Tongue
gay
and
stuff.
throat. Like, it was gay, yeah.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, apparently there's like this whole like, what was fandom fiction something.
Oh, yeah.
Where like it's Jace and Victor, right? Yeah. So it was.
There's like some stuff.
Like
to
fan
it, but
shipping. I get it. Yeah. Headcanon.
Yeah. So they were like playing into it, and apparently like it just popped the hell off on Twitter.
Nice.
Now that's not what I saw. My algorithm did not lead me there. My algorithm led me to just a picture of him
TikTok.
standing there.
Look at them, bro.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean that was. It's a lot.
Wow. Okay. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh wow. How amazing. So basically, so you were over there, and I mean, I guess like that was crazy. So what were you guys doing? Like just gaming? Or what?
Gaming. I mean, like I said, I saw him. My algorithm just showed me a picture of him standing there in front of the Riot sign. Okay, that's what my algorithm wanted me to see.
I saw the same one. To be fair, I did.
So I was like, "Oh, dude, you're in LA." I texted him, "Dude, you're in LA. Like, what are you up to?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm just hanging out, whatever." And I'm like, "Do you wanna do something?" Yeah, sure. I'm going to Shroud's. Do you want to come? So I tell Shroud's like manager, like the production guys over there, and like, dude, Shroud's actually a huge Baby No Money fan. Yes, absolutely, you should bring him, and we won't tell him. So we just show up, and I didn't tell him Baby No Money was coming, and he walked out, and he was like, I've never seen Shroud so stunned. Like, he was just like confused because he came out and he knew I was coming. He didn't know when, but he knew I was coming. But then he's like, he sees me, he's like, "Yeah, what's up, dude?" He's like, "Wait, what?" he was just so confused.
So what's his Fragathon? It's like a charity thing.
Yeah, he's doing a
right?
charity event where he's just like streaming like nonstop to like raise money. Is it for the LA wildfires? I'm not really sure exactly what it's for, But yeah, he's been doing it for like maybe 2-3 weeks now. Actually, he's been farming.
Yeah, it's like a marathon stream.
Yeah.
Where it's like every kill he gets, he donates X amount of money. Or
Which
Right.
sounds cool as fuck. Like I feel like he's just like one of those guys. It's like
Yeah.
he was like super successful, like chill. He's just like still streaming.
Yeah, he's beat the game. He's just running his victory lap now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Yeah.
when you hit that point where you're like, I have made so much money that I can just kind of do whatever I want.
Yeah.
Actually, you can kind of make the best content because like if you can just do whatever you want, you do whatever you're doing as best as you can do it.
What would you do if you had all the money in the world? What would you do?
Like Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Okay, so you've been playing that game, yes. How is it?
It's really good.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, it's really good. The combat system takes a little bit of
yeah.
It is the perfect amount of frustration in trying to learn how to fight.
Yeah.
And I say that because the training in game is unbelievably helpful.
Yeah.
So like you go and you actually do training with like the guy who like runs like the military barracks or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Captain Bernard, and he's like, okay, this is how you do this. You know, you wanna slash from up, and then right as soon as you strike, you want to try and hit from the right. It's very precise.
Yeah.
And it's for me, I'm like one of those hands-on learners.
Uh-huh.
Like I don't know how to read. I don't know how to listen. I know how to do.
Yeah.
So I'm a doer, and if you are a doer, that game is perfect for teaching you how to play, and it's very rewarding. So yeah, that's the gameplay side of things. That's the combat and the gameplay side of things. The actual like story is incredibly good.
Yeah.
The way things are paced is good. There's constantly happening, and also if you're the kind of gamer that just I like dumb shit.
Yeah.
I like bugs. I like when something funny happens. It's so good. It makes the game so real to me. Like it's like this is like authentic. Yeah. So little stuff like that happens, and I love it. There's nothing like it. So yeah, so far Kingdom Come has been really, really good.
Yeah, bro, I started playing Cyberpunk and I love the bugs just crack me up.
Yes.
I mean, they're not even that bad. It's just like something like really random will happen. Like someone will just like walk through like
a cutscene
or
or
bunch
something.
of shit. Yeah, or like just like a car will just like randomly like explode or something.
Yeah. Well, like when Cyberpunk came out, it got.
When it came out, those bugs weren't so funny.
They weren't so funny. They weren't so funny. How quickly we forget. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know because I didn't play on launch. Big mistake. But I heard that it was the last gen version of the game that was really broken. But if you're playing on PC or PS5 and stuff, it was not.
PS5 wasn't out yet.
Problems, but I heard it was like the
PS5 was not out yet.
Or Xbox One version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The PS4 version of
It was such a long time ago, it's really hard for me to say. I mean, like, I will say, though, like, I played Cyberpunk and I played through the intro of the game. Have you gotten to the point, Emmy, where they, like, show the title of the game and everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I know, like, when you play as, like, the other guy.
That shit is crazy. It is so fucking good. I was in shock. And so, yeah. I hope that there's, so you've liked the game so far?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, good.
What's been your favorite part? Like,
my favorite part?
Do you remember, like, what quest you're on, like, what stage of the game you're on?
Well, okay, so I'm about 5.5, 6 hours in. Okay. And I was really, so I really like the beginning because of the characters at the beginning. Yeah. But now it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, that did kind of suck. Actually, it's good, but it kind of sucks right when it happens.
It is, like, it's good storytelling, but it's like, man.
Man, when they were sliding down that fucking building, that was so badass. That was so fucking cool.
It was.
Yeah, I remember playing it the first day on stream, and then, like, after all that shit happens, they just roll the title of the game. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah. And, like, especially to compare it to, like, other games, like, I played Star Wars Outlaws, and it was like the most fucking piece of shit game you could ever imagine. And I'm thinking back to Cyberpunk, I'm like, what am I doing? And, like, to be fair, I'm farming YouTube content. It did really well. But, like, other than that, you know, man, I can't imagine playing that game again. Cyberpunk was amazing. I need to play it again and finish it.
What is the best, like, intro portion of a game that you can remember ever playing?
I feel like Cyberpunk probably would be up in the top 5, like, for sure. Like, you've got, like, maybe Legend of Zelda. I mean, you could say Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time. either of
Link to the
those.
Past was really good, actually.
Like, yeah, where you go out there and it's at night and there's the
and it's your
uncle.
little peasant.
Yeah. And so there's that. Besides that, I mean,
I miss
that's
the
what.
older Zelda games. Like the new ones just aren't the same.
Which older Zelda game?
Okay, well.
Because
Okay,
you
when
know where I'm
when I
going
say
with
older,
this.
I
Yeah.
mean like everything before like Skyward Sword.
Okay. Yeah, so like basically, to me, I'll be real. Like the Wind Waker was the new one, and that was very upsetting for me.
I love the Wind Waker, and I love Twilight Princess.
Yeah, well, Twilight Princess was cool. That was really cool.
I never played
I like Twilight Princess. It is
well,
good.
it's like it was basically an apology for turning it into a fucking cartoon.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's made like the edgiest one yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, I heard it was good, but like, for me, it was Majora's Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past. I didn't play the oldest Zeldas, like the NES ones, but Link to the Past. Ocarina is probably my favorite, and Link to the Past is actually a close second.
Yeah.
Because and Majora's, I would say, is like a half step under.
Is Tectone just canceled? I bet he is.
Every once in a while, I think to myself, how fucking ridiculously amazing it would be if From Software made a Legend of Zelda game. Can you imagine that? Oh my fucking god!
When I played Ocarina of Time for the first time, because I didn't play it until years later. Like I played it like for the first time during one of my boomer months, and I remember playing it. I was like, dude, this was like the first Dark Souls. Like I just feels like this is this is the N64 Souls game. Like whenever I was in combat, and it's like the dodging and stuff. It's like that's kind of what it felt like to me.
I hate that Nintendo's so protective of their IPs. So imagine if they collabed or something, even on like a smaller scale game.
Yeah, just fucking do it. Just do it, Nintendo.
They did like a
The fans deserve it.
Dynasty Warriors, right? Zelda Dynasty Warriors.
Oh, they did?
I don't know. They just brought out a new Dynasty Warriors recently. I played it for like maybe an hour, but you know, it was a good game for sure. Like I've been playing also Ninja Gaiden 2.
Oh yeah, is Ninja Gaiden good? That's a hard game.
Straight up, so they announced Ninja Gaiden 4.
Ninja Gaiden 3.
And I was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
What about where's Ninja Gaiden 3?
Oh, I don't know. It's in between.
Like,
So there's a remake for 2, right?
Oh,
because
that's
the
what.
game's
Oh,
old.
I didn't realize.
Yeah.
That was.
And so
Fuck.
Right, so there's a remake for 2, and I played that, and I'm
God
thinking
damn
to
it.
myself, this game is amazing. This is so good. And like there were controls issues and etc. Right, but
yeah,
it is what it is. But like at the same time, the quality of this game is so good. And like now, I'll look at a lot of action combat games, and they are fucking garbage.
They are
I'm gonna be
compared
honest,
to-
they're so bad.
compared to
And,
Ninja
like,
Gaiden,
now
yeah.
we're finally starting to get actual good ones though, which I'm so happy.
There's a copper
But,
pickaxe.
like, yeah, I've been playing that a lot too. It's been really good. And Ninja Gaiden 4 looks fucking insane.
Yeah, I saw some of the stuff for Ninja Gaiden 4.
Yeah.
I didn't play the Ninja Gaiden games growing up.
Neither did I.
I did.
But I know they have
Fucking
like
good.
dude, when they,
Shinobi was even better. Shinobi was a work of art. Shinobi is I like Shinobi more, but yeah, both really good games.
Attention steak and egg podcast enjoyers. Did you know
Oh my god, Amiro is so fucking hot. She's so hot.
by heading over to patreon.com/steakandeggs. We've got a whole bunch of different tiers that all look
Requires more advanced tool, but I don't have a more advanced tool.
support our podcast. Jay, do you have
Oh, you
anything
want
to
me
say
to
about
make like a
the
bronze pickaxe? Okay.
Great, Jay. I think that was well said. So head on over to patreon.com/steakandeggs to support the podcast and get even more stuff.
Speaking of amazing intros to games, Final Fantasy 16.
Uh-uh.
The first 2 hours of that game is the best first 2 hours.
Did you play? Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, I played the intro for that, yeah.
That's so
Or I
fucking
played the
insane.
demo.
The demo was the whole intro. They were like, just play the whole intro, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I out of stam? Is that what that
Probably
was?
the best 2 hours of any game I've ever played.
Yeah.
Best first 2 hours, I should say.
Oh yeah, that shit with like the Phoenix or whatever was crazy.
Yeah, and I was actually like jaw drop, holy shit. And
Yeah.
I mean, it was like full on. I was like blown away. So,
Yeah, well, it was like playing a cutscene, and then like your UI came up, and it's
Yeah.
like, all right, do it.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
Oh shit, it was amazing. Yeah, I love that game. That game was so good. I think that Final Fantasy 17 is going to be insane.
17.
Because I think that like 16, there were a lot of things that 16 didn't do, and it's like a lot of the criticisms for like, for example, like for Black Myth Wukong were a lot the same. Where it's like there's not a lot of exploration, things don't have invisible walls, etc. And like there's not a lot of character building in the same way that like old RPGs had.
Right.
So I think that like when 17 comes out, it is going to go absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have it perfectly calibrated in, and they're going to take all the feedback, and they're going to make it even better.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen.
I mean, that's what I would hope.
I
think what they did was, so Square has a huge problem, right? And it's not a problem. I guess it's
Okay, guys. So for those of you here for Final Fantasy XI, I'm going to switch over to Once Human as the main focus on the stream here. I just wanted to show FFXI some love, but I'm going to go passively farm. I'm going to passively craft now and play other games. So yeah, if you were here for FFXI, it's kind of changing to Once Human. So sorry guys, but that I'm a multi-variety gamer, so. Got a lot of games on the channel. Some might take focus at some points, some and others at other points. So yeah. And now what are we doing? We are going out. Where's the stamina? Oh, I see. Stamina's reflected down there. Okay, stamina's reflected down there. Yeah, it's cool. I want to make a steel pickaxe, I think. Or no, I need to work my way up to a steel pickaxe. So I need you to make me a... Oh, I can make a steel pickaxe. Yay, I still have steel. Oh, good. Thank God. And I'll work my way up to stupid-ass drill and make another drill because I busted my drill like an idiot. Can I fix the chainsaw? Repair the chainsaw. You can't? Ah, so tools can't be repaired. I didn't know that. So, okay, well then, never mind. That's a little bit more, understandable. Can I make tier 2? I already made tier 2 armor, yeah. So, okay. There's a steel pickaxe. That's good. Oh, I have 2 electronics grabbers. Let's just discard one. And, yeah, and I want the steel pickaxe on my bar. Yep, and I will recycle the copper. Nope. Yep, yeah. And then, can I do this, steel rifle AP? Yeah, just break it down, because, yeah. Steel rifle bullets. I don't know where I got all that from, but okay. Yeah, I'll take it, yeah. And then, so I guess I make, or no, I go out shopping. Wait, how much money do I have? Yeah, I guess I go out mining now. I just wanted the materials to do it. Night falls. It's 8 p.m. I wish I didn't break my drill because now it's going to take longer. It's going to take longer to do this stuff. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, look how much longer that is. That sucks. It's like 4 seconds longer or something. It's fucking annoying. I guess my time is best spent, if I want to speed things up, my time is best spent like farming that monument, but it's nighttime, so I guess I'll just farm. Oops. So
conflicted, kind of, but
yeah.
it is what it is. Final Fantasy 16. Or do I have to play the first 15 to know what
Oh, yeah.
And so I feel like Square sees what the issue is that they have to overcome, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem they have to overcome is, and that's, okay, we got to try and get new players acclimated to our games, even though it's Final Fantasy, 15, 16.
Yeah, I always thought that
15 and 16 were not like 13, 15 and 16 were not like Final Fantasy games.
In addition to that, I think they were like, okay, well, let's go towards what's more popular these days. Maybe more like, like an action RPG, these action combat games, as opposed to like a traditional like turn-based like Final Fantasy.
They literally hired the combat designer for Devil May Cry. Yes. Like, yeah, absolutely, that's what happened.
Yeah, and
100%.
I think it's just one of those things that it came out. There's a lot of criticisms. This isn't a real Final Fantasy game. Like,
Oh yeah,
bro.
It's not.
What do you mean this isn't a real Final Fantasy game?
It's not.
It's like the
Just like
dumbest-
15
it's
and
the dumbest
13,
thing.
they're
It's
not.
like-
They're
it's
not real
like a
Final
traditional
Fantasy
Final
games.
game that you played 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, I love Final Fantasy 7. That's my favorite game. I adore that game. Even though I still haven't played Rebirth, and I get so much shit for it.
Fuck Rebirth.
It did just come out on PC.
Yeah.
So I thought that Kingdom Come I knew that it got moved a week, but I thought that it got moved a week later, not a week.
Yeah.
Later. So now I'm like, oh crap, I was gonna play it in between, but I'm gonna play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and then I'll probably play Rebirth after that. But did you play Remake?
No, but okay, I have something else I want to ask you about.
Okay.
So,
Oh, I have a drone now. Look.
I was talking about this on my stream.
It just follows me around. Oh, cool. The drone just follows me
I
around.
was telling my stream how, like, on my Steam friends list, you know how it shows, like, oh, your friends have played this much recently? So, most of the people on my friends list are like, oh, they recently played, like, an hour, they recently played 45 minutes, and I was like, the top 3 degens are me, Doublelift, and Esfan, but I didn't tell them the specific numbers, so, bro.
Oh, sorry, I was playing Elatro.
I know, I know. But the specific numbers are like, I had like 40 hours past week, Doublelift had like 75, and you had like 130.
There's no way that's right.
You probably left it on.
No, I played more than that. There's no 130 is way too low.
It says you had
Oh God.
230.
God.
I wanted to know what like your highest score was, or like your best build, if you remember.
So I'm dead serious when I say this. I won my second ever time playing, and I think it was my third or fourth. Like, no, it was my first time playing, but like my second run, because I did the tutorial run, and then after that, so I guess my first run, whatever it is,
yeah,
I won. The next time is the next 2 or 3 times after that. I don't remember. It was very shortly after. I got up to ante 13, and I got like a 20. There's like a clip of me hitting like 26 billion in one hand.
What?
Yeah, like I absolutely destroyed that game.
Wait, then how much does it scale? Because I know for like ante 11, it's like 30 million, right? And then the next is like 300 million.
It's way like even going from like 9 to 10 to 11. Those.
I love this podcast because they actually talk about games. They like actually do.
I think
you know.
It's exponential. Like it just keeps scaling up like crazy. But yeah, I just absolutely ripped that game a new one. And then since then I have not gotten close. I've gotten to like 11 once. Sorry?
What do you use?
I just kind of picked different decks.
Yeah, like I know you have to, right?
I think I did I think I did the black deck.
What's the black deck?
The black deck is the deck.
I thought I meant like what like builds you try to go for, but I don't know.
So what am I mean, doing like a high card build is kind of fun. Like with going with a high card build with DNA and Hanging Chad is fun because you go and it's like, okay, you get multiple. You play one card and then it plays that card 3 times. But then if you play that card and you have DNA, it like, okay, I discarded that card, but then it puts a copy of that card back in your hand so you can play it again. And then you have like flush builds are always really good. Flush builds are pretty easy, I feel like, because you get a lot of points for how hard it is to actually get a flush. And the build that I've been trying to do a lot of recently is, I forget what it's called, but the card that gives you 8 points for every time a 2 is played. And trying to make a bunch of copies of 2s. And then that way it's like 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, and just stacks up. Because I got it once. I keep trying to do it, and I got it one time where it was up to like 400 points or something. So it's just 400 chips just right off the rip. And then I can scale off of that on the back end. But like the build variety in that game for all the different types of things that you can do is just, it's endless.
Yeah,
Like
it's insane. It's such a good game.
Yeah, it's like Vampire Survivors level of like dopamine hit.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'll be honest. I think it's more.
Yeah.
I think it's more.
I think it's more.
I think it's way more.
Yeah, because it's more mentally like, especially like if you're like a math person, it's like way more engaging.
Yeah, you're like multiplying the numbers. It's like no, I get it. I only played it a little bit. Like I played it maybe for like a few hours, but I didn't really get a chance to like really go off stream and just degen the game.
Yeah.
Which is like that's whenever I really get engaged to something. That's what I'll like really get excited for. But otherwise, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't do that as much anymore. Like
Really?
whenever I play games off stream,
Fuck
I
no.
don't really feel like I'm like, I should be live.
Do you feel like you're wasting it?
Yeah, I feel like I'm wasting it.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I played mouthwashing off stream. I don't know if you've heard of that game. Cause it was like a
I've
game
never
that
heard
like
of mouthwashing.
I've heard of it.
So I heard of it because a lot of people were talking about it on like TikTok and Twitter, and then obviously like some people were playing, like Asmon played it, and but yeah, I kept seeing like people on like TikTok and Twitter talking about this game, but I thought like, oh, it's like a shorter like story game. It's probably not that good for stream. I wish I played it on stream.
Yeah.
So bad.
I told you. That game was good. That was a really, really, really good game.
I have so I have my like short list of like, I don't know what to call them, but like my off stream, like guilty pleasure games.
Yeah.
And like, Elatro is one of them. But I mean I'll I have it up in windowed mode, and I'll be like in a flight path and WoW, and I'm like, yep, Elatro,
Yeah.
play hand. But then Dave the Diver was another one for me.
Yeah, you went really hard on that game.
Played a lot of Dave the Diver, but it was almost entirely off stream. I streamed it like 1 or 2 times, I think.
Yeah.
But I think I have a lot of hours in it.
Yeah.
But I'm not very far. I just have a lot of hours.
Just play the game.
I just played it. I just like swimming down there in the ocean. It's nice.
I feel like that's the good way to play a lot of games, is like instead of being super goal
Yep,
oriented, you just
that's
go
what I
in there
do.
and fuck around.
Yep, that's what I do. I
Yeah.
fuck around.
Streaming like freaking ruins
Yep.
your brain when it comes to games sometimes.
Yeah, you're very
Yeah.
goal oriented.
Yeah, I'm not goal oriented when I stream at all. I don't give a flying fuck what people want from me. I don't care if they care if I win or lose. I don't care if they care if I play Marvel. What's this now? What's this now? What killed me? Brian White using a hammer. Okay. Okay. What's up, bitch? What the fuck? Nice. Someone came in my house. What the hell? Okay.
Thinking about this like a week ago, and I'm like, nope, I'm done. I'm
Yeah.
It is. I have to like remove this part of my brain.
Mhm.
It's like my brain has become calloused in the last like 8 years.
The
It's just,
content brain.
just,
Yeah.
just over and over again. I'm like, I need to like shave this off,
Mhm.
and I need to go back to playing games like you play games. I'm
Mhm.
gonna look. I will save intrusive thought, pull out a bow and arrow, and I'll shoot the peasant in the head, and I'll reload.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, I'm just gonna do this like 6 times because I feel like it. And I think
See what happens.
See what happens.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like instead of just like I gotta beat the game as fast as I can. Like,
Yeah, streaming does definitely contrive things where it's like you don't take as much time to just take things in and just like look at things for what they are. Whereas like when you're off stream and you're just playing a video game, it's like you're just looking at it. And it's much more passive, right? There's not like a degree of pacing that's expected. You can just sit there and do fucking nothing for 2 hours, which is exactly what I do.
I mean, that's kind of the approach I've taken with this Kingdom Come playthrough.
Yeah.
Is I'm just gonna play the game, and
Right.
I'm not gonna try and like I will have goals in the sense of like, yeah, I'm gonna do this quest now, I'm gonna do that quest now, but like. I'm just gonna play it however I feel like I play it, and it has been so refreshing and so fun, and just make it goofy. It's great. I've been having a great time doing it. So.
That's what I did with Elden Ring. Like my playthrough was like 100 and something hours. I was just fucking around. Like, oh, let's see if can I jump the horse off of this? Nope. Yeah.
Like that's
and that's
funny.
it.
Also,
that was great.
Personally, I think that's fun to watch.
Yeah, it is.
I don't like watching shit where somebody's just trying to rush through the game.
Speed running it. Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, just what? Like.
Why can't I shoot him? He was able to shoot me. Why can't I shoot him?
Another thing is that if you do that, there's definitely the people that want to watch the speedrunners.
Yeah.
Like I remember XQC would go live at like 5 in the morning to play a game that would come out at 7 in the morning.
On his New Zealand PS5.
Yeah, on a New Zealand PS5, so we could play the game a day early. And then, for like Ghost of Tsushima, I remember this. And he would play the fuck out of it. He would speedrun the whole game in 1 day, beat the game. Like Elden Ring, he like 1-shot or 2-shot Elden Ring.
Yeah, something like that.
And like 24, 30-hour stream, never played it again.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like,
it's so funny.
It's fine if people want to play the games that way. But I think most people don't play games that way.
Yeah.
And I feel like
He's able to shoot me, but I can't shoot him. Fucking toxic as hell.
To be fair, it is.
And I'm not taking away from that at all. But I mean,
yeah.
The average person who does that's what I'm whenever I say most people.
Yeah, like an average person is gonna do that.
Yeah, the average consumer doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that for me, I just enjoy it more.
Yeah.
I can, and I have played games like that before.
Yeah.
But now I'm old. And
right.
No, but I just kind of after a certain amount of years, you kind of start. You see, you've seen how green the sides of both grass is, or both sides of the grass is. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And you realize that it's not green either way. So just do what you want to.
Yeah, everything sucks and it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, exactly. That's the lesson from this. Well, I mean, I feel like there are so many good games coming out now because, like, for a while, like, I feel like before maybe Elden Ring or maybe like one other game before that, like every game that came out was bad.
It was a drought.
Like it was, it was just bad. And now it's like every game that comes out is good.
What?
It's amazing. But to be fair, I mean, I think that the new Assassin's Creed will break that record. I don't know if you've seen any. Yeah. Wow.
I'm actually excited to play that because I hope it's not good.
So
it's really funny. I made a flow chart of it, and it said like, Asmund plays game, farming hype for the game, and then it's like the two different things. Game is bad or game is good. If the game's bad, then I make content about being bad. If the game's good, I make content about being good. I can't lose. Yeah.
No, it's that is a very real thing. But here's the problem: if the game is like not bad enough, then you're just disappointed.
Mediocre, right?
If the game is like
or there's like bad that's like not funny.
Yeah.
Like if it's bad funny, that's.
Oh, I had a Star Walker on me. I didn't know. I was like, why am I dying?
Okay, yeah, it's just sad. Or just like nothing's like really wrong with it. It's
just boring. Yeah, that's the only bad one. But like I remember I played Star Wars Outlaws and like I would just walk out and there would be like 8 stormtroopers. Where is she? And I'm standing in like a pot with like grass on it and they're like, oh, I don't know where she is. And then like I execute one, but there she is. Go back to the pot. Where'd she go?
Dude.
Over and over. It was so good.
You guys have. Emmy, have you played Metal Gear?
No.
You guys have to play Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
I know you said you're gonna play.
I'm going to. I want to be ready for Metal Gear Solid 3, which, to be fair, is apparently a prequel to 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So it's okay if I start with 3, but I do want to do the other games.
don't you dare.
No, you gotta do Metal Gear
No,
Solid
people get
1.
really like aggressive about like the order.
It's a story game. You need to do the
But
1.
There's like different sides.
Yeah.
People have been like, you have to play 3 first because it's better. You can optimize the timeline. And it's
I think it was twice my level and something like fucking 10,000 times my gear. Why was he even able to come in here? How did he get in here?
Everybody has a different opinion about it.
Really?
Yeah, they do.
So like, what is
Oh, he blew my door in somehow. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I didn't play it.
My opinion is, I think if someone like actually is like, yes, I like actually want to get into this series and like commit like the 300 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Then obviously play them in order, like 3, 4, 5. But if not, I think they should just play 5.
Okay.
That's it.
I think that's.
I mean, 4 and 3 are really good, but I
How
feel
did he?
like 5's just, like, the
I
most
guess he can
polished
break the
one going
door. I
in, but
guess.
play that one.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna do 3, 4, 5. That's what my plan is.
Yeah.
In that order.
I think with Metal Gear, it's like, or Metal Gear Solid, I should say. I always call it Metal Gear, but technically there was Metal Gear before that, and they like reset the series and made Metal Gear Solid. But with Metal Gear Solid, I'm a very just 1, 2, 3, 4. Just play them order.
Yeah.
Because whenever I played it, I had people telling me, "Oh, well, like you could play them in chronological order instead of release order, and this and this." But man, the reveals that you get in that game whenever you play them in the release order.
Yeah.
Especially if you know nothing about it, basically. And chat was like really good. Like nobody like ruined anything or whatever. I'm just like, this is incredible. Like I was like freaking out like half the time. People like hate Metal Gear Solid 4 for some reason. It's like, oh, it's all cutscenes. Dude, Metal Gear Solid 4 was incredible.
Yeah.
It was like I felt like I was playing a movie.
Mm-hmm.
It was so good. And that's a big part of like the way Hideo Kojima like makes his games. He wanted to make movies growing up. So like he wanted to make his games kind of like movies. So you'll see it immediately. If you play Metal Gear Solid 1.
Well, let's be honest. He just took Escape from New York and he made a game about it. Right? I mean, that's basically it. I don't know. Did you ever see this movie?
No.
So Kurt Russell was in a movie where his name is literally Snake. He looks exactly like Snake from Metal Gear Solid.
It's like
He's got the eye patch. It's like 1-to-1. It's the same thing. And so, yeah. I don't know. That movie was fucking amazing.
Dude,
but like, yeah, it was. I remember playing Metal Gear Solid 3 when I was younger. It was really, really good. I loved it. So I do need to play 1 and 2 as well.
Whenever I played Metal Gear Solid 1 for the first time, I was smiles the whole time because like little things would happen. Like you'd just watch how like the camera angles would move, or like a character would get introduced and it was like Revolver Ocelot shows up, and it was like it would show like Revolver Ocelot, and then it would show the voice actor's name on the screen, like it was like a character reveal in like an old movie, and I was like, oh shit, like I don't know who this is, but this badass.
I mean, I feel like
I'm
that's
convincing myself to go play.
Well, like, did either of y'all play Death Stranding?
All
Like
my
the-
gear is
the
broken
game?
for
And so
some
I haven't played
reason.
it yet either, but I saw that the content for the second
Weird.
game is insanely good. Like everything I saw about it has been amazing. But like right now, I feel like there are just so many games. I don't have time to play all of the games.
Dude,
Like it's nuts.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, and like I know. I mean, for me, I'm trying to do too much. Like
Well, yeah, you always do
I'm
that.
always on the airplane. I'm always doing this. I'm always doing
Yeah.
that. And like I hit this point recently where I'm like, bro, I just want to go play video games. Like
Yeah.
I'm not like the last year I like did not get to play video games.
Well, you played WoW.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Well, and after not playing it for like a year.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause, like, even
Well, I
then-
was being sarcastic. You didn't have fun playing WoW.
No, I'm a PvPer. I like PvPing. I like playing level 60 stuff. Like I like hardcore.
Hardcore's hard.
Hardcore's
hard.
It's just hardcore's just not that fun. You know, like I've never been a leveler, right?
Yeah.
But now running a guild, PvPing, you know, doing level 60 stuff. That's fun.
Yeah.
Really doing level 70 stuff is fun. But that's the whole.
Well, they're bringing back Burning Crusade.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people kind of reach out to me about playing Burning Crusade and like starting Crusade again.
I feel like MMOs are so flaccid now. Like they're so boring. Like I mean, I don't know. When was the last time? What was the last MMO that you played, Emily? You actually played.
I never like actually really fully played an MMO. I played BDO like a little bit.
Oh really?
Yeah, well, like played it like.
Played it like you played hardcore, kind of like that period of time, for a couple months.
No, or So I played it and I did like the leveling, and then I was friends with someone who was like, let's do the late game content. They were like, oh yeah, like I know someone, like, you know, he'll just level us, and I was like, okay, sure, that's what you want to do. So then we had like max level characters, and I was like, I just don't care anymore. Like it like lost the charm for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I always say this to people. So my one sentence WoW history started when the game came out. Played until the beginning of Wrath.
Yeah.
Basically. So when I quit the game, when Wrath of Lich King came out and I quit the game, I didn't quit just because I didn't enjoy playing the game. I quit because I looked around and everybody else was going. So whenever I didn't have like that social structure around me to want to keep playing the game,
Yeah.
that's whenever I was like, eh.
Yeah, that was like the main part of those games, I feel like.
Not for me. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I always played as a fucking solo player. Like, everybody else was in a guild, I was in a battle
you
royale.
wouldn't play if it was a dead game.
Well, yeah, but like the other players, like,
Yeah, I feel the same way, sort of.
Like,
but it doesn't matter who the people are, though. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, yes, but like, still, like it's like.
Oh no! Like that was the thing. Is like I'd get into a guild and like I'd be like, all right, how am I gonna get them to give me the sword first? And I'd be thinking about this. That'd be what I'm always thinking about and focusing on. And so like now I feel like MMOs are just like they're so boring and they're so like formulaic. And like I played Throne and Liberty. Game really was not as good as it should have been.
Oh,
really? No, not at all. No, you guys hyped that up so bad. It was so bad.
Yeah, they're wrong. And so
they are wrong. That shit
now,
sucked.
I mean, I feel like there's like so many games that are like that in between. Like Monster Hunter Wilds, I think is going to be a game that's like I think that MMO light games are going to be what gets popular.
You know, here's the thing with MMO light games to me though. I feel like they don't feel right.
How do you feel that? What do you mean?
I don't like. No, when you say MMO light, this is what I think of. I think of. There is like a hub city, and then you go and you do missions off in the world and stuff, and then you come back to the hub, and then you see other players in the hub, but you don't see anybody out in these like instance zones. And I feel like I'm playing. I don't feel at all like I'm playing an MMO, which is, you know, it's not an MMO, it's MMO like, sure, but I feel like there's no soul. It's very weird. It's hard for me to explain. I don't feel like I feel like I'm not in a real place. Whereas whenever I'm in Stormwind, I feel like I'm in a
yeah.
So I don't know. That's just and I'm not taking anything away from it.
I don't think that anybody's like.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that specific aspect of it to me, it just feels very empty. Whereas with MMOs, I just think you just gotta have the right MMO come out, because I do have a lot. I mean, there still is a lot of joy that you can get out of playing a classic fresh. Like playing a fresh is very fun. I wish they'd done a TBC fresh. That's what I was actually kind of upset that they chose to do a classic fresh instead of a TBC fresh Blizzard. But they're gonna do TBC, like, I'm assuming by the end of the year.
Probably something like that.
I don't know when, but I talked briefly about it whenever I was over there, just kind of like a couple things with like PvP and whatnot. But yeah, so I mean, that's what I'm excited for. I'll play Horde actually, Burning Crusade this time.
Like, I just can't imagine playing an MMO again and having to waste 3 hours because somebody can't stand in fire. Like,
I'm not doing that ever again. Like, I'm not doing that ever again. No.
So beyond this point in
my
life.
I'm not doing that.
Having
no.
A midlife crisis doing Old War.
Yeah, fuck that. No, I'm not doing this anymore.
And it's like, and I'm asking myself, how many more hours of my life am I gonna waste until this shaman can figure out how to not stand in the red thing?
Well, and then I'm gonna say, dude, relax. I'm colorblind. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, it's a triangle.
I'm colorblind. How do you raid at the top level and be colorblind? How do you do that? I'll be right back. I gotta pee. How do you fucking manage that? Okay, much better. Okay, now I can go out, put my base back.
You're not shaped by it. It's a little, yeah, what, I don't know what the fuck it is. Like, oh, it made me so mad. Yeah, and I was thinking, it's like, and I'm farming this for these boots, and they give me 16 more stamina.
For what?
And then we can't
For
even
what?
kill this boss. What the hell do I need the stamina for?
What do you, I mean,
Tank
I'm not gonna, yeah, like, no, you're not gonna do it, no.
Here's the problem.
I was so tired of it.
Yeah, fuck that shit, I'm not doing that ever again.
For you, it's because it's like you said, it doesn't matter who's there.
No.
Like if you have like your set guys, then you just make sure they're good.
Yeah, I don't have any friends in these MMOs. Like
No.
As I said, I join a raid. People think that we're in a group.
No, streamer is the most solo that you can go.
Yeah, I'm here to get my shit. And
Yeah, this is here for me. I'm out for me. That's it. I'm out for me.
That's right.
I'm gonna do
That's
me.
fucking right.
You know.
And I've always played that way, but now I feel like it's just not as exciting to do that. And like also I did it for so many years. It's like it's boring. And
It is. It's boring too.
That's why I've really liked playing single player games recently. Like, and I feel like all of us now are playing a single player game. And it's just like, also every video game I feel like now has like the exact same structure and progression path, where it's like 30 to 90 day reset cycles with some sort of empowering item that's tied to a paid for service that's like a battle pass. And then there's some sort of progression reset and ladder reset to allow people, like, I mean, how many video games is this categorized for, right? Like pretty much every single one. And that's what I find to be like super, super boring.
Yeah, it's tiring.
Yeah. And it's the same, like, but like with open world games, that's what I'm going to be really, that's what I'm so excited to play Assassin's Creed for. Yeah. Is that game, if it's anything like Outlaws, it's going to be such a piece of shit. Oh, it's going to be so good. Yeah, I can't wait. Oh yeah, no, I've been playing that. You know what you should play, Aspen? You should play My Side.
What is My Side?
I thought, is it Me-Side?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's
You're right, because it's Meta.
Oh yeah, Me-Side.
Yeah.
It's a horror game about like.
Imagine a horror of falling in love with an anime girl from a video game, getting teleported to her world, and think about every bad thing that could possibly happen, multiply that by 10, and that's what the game is. It's really, really...
You're fighting off like octopus and squid and stuff?
No.
Well there's that one part. There's that one part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, other than that, like...
It's really good. I saw Sea-Dog was playing it last night.
Yeah.
I think he liked it.
Really?
Everybody's playing this game. It's so good. And like that's what you should do. You should play that. You should play that mouth-washing game too.
Oh yeah.
It's a really good one.
Actually, please play mouth-washing. I think you would like it. It's like literally 2.5 hours. Like it's like basically a movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll play it. I never thought he would say he would recommend mouth-washing to me. But.
Hey, whenever I posted about it, I had to disclaimer. I'm like, guys, not you know that's not the kind I'm talking about. Yeah, of course. And no, the game was insanely good. I know.
Oh, frick!
It was amazing. Yeah, no spoilers.
Oh, no, so you guys can talk about it. I feel like
well, we already have like I think we had like one podcast where we talked about it a lot actually.
Yeah.
And
honestly, since that, I've like thought about it so much more, and like
really,
it's just crazy how much like depth such a short game has.
Really,
yeah.
It's so good.
So I had this thing growing up, and I think a lot of people do this, where they talk about like, is this worth my money?
Yeah.
And as I've gotten older, the answer is no to everything.
Right.
But as I've gotten older, it's like, okay, well, what is your money worth to you? But growing up, it was like $1 for 1 hour entertainment. But I didn't look at it as like, okay, if I go to see a movie ticket, let's just say $10 randomly, right?
Yeah, it's $10 an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
$5 an hour.
Yeah, $5 an hour. But also, think about how much time you spend afterwards. Like, oh, reflecting on the movie. Oh, that was cool. Oh, talking about it with my friends.
Yeah.
Right. So like,
it's a good point.
Really, anything like that
It's like you go and you watch Sonic the Hedgehog, but it doesn't take into account drawing all the furry fan art on DeviantArt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, you spend $10 on go see Sonic the Hedgehog, and next thing you know, it's like 100 hours of entertainment.
Yeah, you have to go to your therapist.
Yeah.
Fuck up your whole life. So,
I heard those movies are actually really good.
they are.
I heard it's really good.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I'm just playing it.
Mhm.
But to your point, like I mean, you just keep saying that you keep thinking about the game is then like the most.
And you'll see why when you play it, because I did too.
Like that's like the most like intriguing thing to me about any video game. Like if you go back and you're like, oh dude, that was amazing. Just like randomly, like I'm like, yes, I want to play that.
Yeah, like I feel like good storytelling in a game is the kind of storytelling where they don't have to tell you everything.
Yeah.
It's just like you kind of
The show don't tell.
Yeah, like you like kind of like know what must have led to certain things. Like you can figure out things from certain key things people say or do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you're 100% right on that. And
Well,
just gonna...
there was that, and then like there was another game. You didn't see. You got to play some of these meme games. Like, because I remember I played the Coffin of Andy and Laylee. That was the incest cannabasted game.
Oh, I played that off stream.
Yeah, you played this off stream. Yeah, exactly. and like, I was like,
But I didn't know that, like...
wasted. Absolutely wasted.
Oh, I didn't really mind not playing that one on stream because, like, it's just so weird. But
I did.
When I played it, huh?
What?
Oh, because I didn't play the Coffin of Andy and
Oh, the game. Oh,
yeah.
But I did not regret that one because it's just weird.
It was too weird.
Yeah.
No, it's normal.
Well, I mean, maybe not. I would have played it, but anyway. So, anyway, I didn't like. I see people like talking about how it's like incesty and like it is like incesty vibes, but
No.
I didn't get the
it
really.
absolutely is incesty.
Yes, but
without a question.
I didn't get the like really bad scene. Like like at the end, you like based on like what you do in the thing, you get like slightly different endings. I didn't get the really bad one, so
I did.
Oh, so you're like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, well, I was like, yeah, the vibes were there, but it wasn't like that crazy. Or like it was bad, but it's like I was like, I don't think it deserved this reaction, but apparently it was that bad. I just didn't know.
Really?
Yeah.
I went for it. I got the romance ending, and it was great. It was amazing. It's exactly what I wanted.
Okay.
Yep, it was a great game. And I think that like more of those games, and like the thing is that all three of those games are little bullshit games that I think we're gonna see so many more of, right? Because like I remember you played that parasocial game too. That's kind of like that, isn't it?
Yeah, but that one didn't have the same. Like I love playing those games where like everyone on Twitter or like
Is
TikTok
talking about
is
it.
talking about
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
And, like, another
They should
one
get married.
is, like Danganronpa kind of had that for a while.
They'd be perfect for each other.
But Danganronpa was like
They have about the same equal level of fame. They have the same freakish lifestyles. They would be perfect for each other. It's weird. I don't think there's a mistake that they're sitting next to each other.
Oh, that's another one.
Yeah. And
But I don't know. He's not really her type, maybe. I don't think at all, honestly.
My playthrough was so deranged and abusive and horrible that it got taken off of YouTube.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, that's right. And
Go.
and like so I was trying my best to make her kill herself, but then she ended up cheating on me. And so yeah, it was really disappointing. I did my best. And
I think like the cheating ending is one of the easiest to get because like so.
No, I know that.
Like, yeah, I would.
But I like the story.
I would
kind of
be
have a thing
playing
for
through
it.
it, trying to get like the different endings, and you get the cheating one so much. She just like leaves you for another guy.
you know what?
What
So
if
the
really
game is it's realistic. Yeah, how about that?
They intended that to happen. They were like, you know what? At the end of the day,
These streamer girls, you know how they are, man. Yeah, for sure. No, that
I
was.
think it's more like they make it to where it's like somebody who's like playing in that role is just like so horrible that it's like they leave anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I lost my train of thought.
Well, like those games are like what I think that you're going to see a lot more of, and I think that you're already seeing a lot more of it because like so the people that made Me Side, this was a two Russians made the entire fucking game, and so now I mean what's
Wait, I need to tell him this part before he plays it. This isn't a spoiler really,
Okay.
but that game has an like I feel like when they made that game, they were basically trying to be like, let's show off how many fucking mini games we can make.
Oh, okay.
There's an optional mini game, like you can literally walk by it and not even know it exists. they put their own version of Doom in the game as just like.
Oh, did he kill my drone?
It's not even like required.
No, it is.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Levels and, like,
The second that I was in the menu, come on,
it's
man.
more than you would expect.
Bullshit ass fucking game. Come on, man. And you one-shot me.
You know, GTA San Andreas did that, but it was like asteroids or something.
Yeah,
You're doing,
yeah.
like the things that you could put
The
on
old Midway games, yeah, exactly.
But anyway, sorry, keep going.
I mean, I feel like more games like that need to come out, and like those are the games that I think everybody can get attached to and like really like, even if it's low quality. Like I even remember like that mouthwashing game. There was somebody that came up to us at the anime convention that was dressed up as Anya.
Yeah.
Yeah. So people even cosplayed this shit.
Yeah, that's like.
And
I would see so many people cosplaying, and I was like, I need to play this game then.
yeah, exactly, right. And like that's the thing is that having games that are that good. I mean, I think that we're going to see a lot more of it because, like, now, even if you're a deranged idiot, you can still make a video game.
Yeah.
And, like, the barrier to entry is a lot lower. So you get a lot more deranged idiots making video games, which is an improvement. That's better for everybody, I would say.
Yeah. Just like the people playing them.
Yeah, exactly, right? Well, that's why they're so popular. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. No, I think that's great. The, how was that? I just came back from CES.
Yeah.
So
It's like a local chill thing. It's like nothing huge or crazy, but the vibes are good.
That's cool.
And people are really nice there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always fun to go to those things and like. I always think it's fun to see like community.
Yeah.
Like, I love going to conventions and stuff and just seeing a bunch of people just like enjoying whatever it is they're enjoying. Like I honestly think I could go to like a convention for something that I know absolutely nothing about and I could still find a way to enjoy it.
Probably, yeah. I mean, like, I couldn't, because everybody's so excited. Like, I've been to a couple of those anime conventions. I think probably like 2 or 3, maybe 4. And every single time, it's always really funny to see the crazy stuff that people have. Like all this furry stuff and everything. I got furry ears. I even got a tail. I mean, it was a big day for me. Another one, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I can't actually be sales. It's on casual. Yeah, exactly. And no, I mean, it was really, really fun. I would say so.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Because I was at CES and CES was fun. But I love all the tech stuff. And so I go to CES and I'll stream it and make content out of it, right? And it's like cool to see these things, but like half of the reason I'm there is also like I like to learn about a lot of things. And I'm like, oh, how can I implement this into like a streaming setup?
Yeah.
So I saw a lot of stuff with like a lot of internet, like mobile internet stuff for like IRL streams and like somebody sent me a router.
Well, you have Starlink now, right? I mean, so you're set up with that, and I feel like your quality has been really good recently too.
It's cooking. Like there's a few things like I'm constantly tweaking things, so I think sometimes people mistake me like upgrading or tweaking something and just trying to like research and learn.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is broken. But like, it's not really broken. I just have to
calibrate it.
Yeah. It's not even like I choose to like constantly be upgrading.
Yeah.
So and I it's expensive, but that's also like my hobby.
Mm-hmm.
Like I love learning about like how I can upgrade something, tech stuff, and just like I would say like in everything I've ever done in life, I realize I'm kind of addicted to progression.
Yeah.
Like I'm always trying to like I pick a thing and I'm like I want to get better at this until I get either as good as I can or I can't get any better.
Yeah, you hit the ceiling.
And then I'm like, okay, I go to the next one.
Then you're done. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's how I do with a lot of games. Like as soon as I reach like the max level in the game, I'll like run around a couple of times. Like, all right, that was great.
Yeah.
Done. Next. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't even. And the thing is for me too is that I don't even usually feel good about it. It's just like my duty here is done. Yeah. On to the next village.
You're welcome, peons.
Yes. Yeah, and that's all. Like, I feel like I'm trying to think if there's a game that I ever felt like super good for like 100%ing. Probably not. No. I do
100%ing? No. Battlefield Bad Company 1.
I felt that way.
Half-Life 2 on the orange box. 360.
But original Final Fantasy
100% it. Final Fantasy 13.
Called the New Threat, which kind of like rebalances it a little bit. Generally makes it better. It makes the game them harder, but
yeah,
I went and I killed all the ultimate weapons, and I did all the side like crazy bosses that were in the original game that I never did, and then I did some extra new threat stuff, I think, and I go to kill Sephiroth, and I like two-shot him, and I was like, oh.
yeah.
I was like, oh. Because everything else.
With what, Knights of the Round?
Like,
I mean.
Part where you go into a submarine underwater. And
Yeah. Ruby Reactor, or no, it's one of the reactors.
The mobs at the end of the game, if I remember right. So.
It's Omega.
But yeah, that's probably the last time I think I got close.
What the hell? Get off me! The fuck.
And I was like, damn, I'm ready for remake.
Yeah. What was the last game you 100%? Yeah.
I don't really try to 100% those like super long, like I didn't under 100% like any of the Souls games or anything. Actually, that's not true. Like Souls 1 and 3, I basically 100%ed, like did all the bosses and everything. I didn't get all the items.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just Souls game. Yeah, it's not hard to. I don't even think of it as like 100%. Actually, that's funny to say that. Like how you mentioned it, like the boss fight.
It's like a story game.
Yeah.
You just go through a course, like you basically 100% in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, games that like give you a bunch of options, like side quests and stuff. I don't usually bother with all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did a lot of side.
No, I don't do that shit.
I don't know if I 100%. I don't think.
Did you beat the game? Did you played the? Oh wow, really?
I
had no idea.
I did the DLC. Cyberpunk's pro. I love Cyberpunk.
Holy shit.
I hate Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I still had the VODs. I changed how I do my stuff, so like I save all the VODs on YouTube now.
You have a VOD channel before.
Yeah, and now I did kind of a VOD channel, but it was like how I did it was scuffed. I'd like record and upload and be late on nothing.
Yeah.
Now it's like every single stream is archived on my main channel. It's like just on my main YouTube, it's just under the live, just boom. So I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know really. Like right now, I'm very kind of, I'm like kind of unsure what's really going on. I don't know.
With like with how you want to do like different like games and whatnot.
Yeah, basically.
The one of the big things too is like there's for years people have always been saying there's no games to play. Every game sucks. Everything that comes out is this game sucks. Is that?
Keep in mind when people say there's no games to play, what they mean is streamers that say that there are no games that will make my viewer account go up if I play them.
Bingo.
So there's always games to play. How many of these people played the original Star Fox or
Me.
Chrono Trigger?
Me.
None of them. So
I have.
You're gonna tell me there's no games to play? Get the fuck out of here.
Right. And that's exactly that's exactly my point. Is you can go back. Games aren't like, hey, this is the only game you can play right now
because it's new.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it's you have this backlog of games for years and years. That's why you have people, speed running Mario 64 or like this.
I did that with Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
Yeah.
Yeah, you played that, right?
I want to play that and Metal Gear Solid 5.
Both of y'all need to play that fucking game. That game went so fucking. Oh my god, it was good. Yes, it is. It's like every single thing about it is ridiculous.
Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, but I mean that's literally why I started Boomer Months.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I have all these games I didn't play growing up. Let's go back and play them. Because I was playing WoW for years and I was playing League of Legends for years. And
yeah.
I feel like it's missing out. Like I do regret
wasting your life on League.
No, I don't regret playing League, but I wish I at least played some of the single player games coming out at the time that were really good.
What is one game that comes to mind? Maybe the game that comes to mind the most, where you're like, man, I wish I'd gotten to play that game whenever it came out. That you haven't played yet.
Oh, that I haven't played yet? Oh, I was gonna say
Wulong.
WoW. Like I wish that WoW and like its hype era that I haven't played yet.
Yeah, they forced her to play hardcore. She's never played retail.
I haven't played
Retail's
yet.
so much better than hardcore.
So,
No,
like,
hardcore's better than retail, but retail's got more to do.
I also have never played Skyrim.
Really? You guys have never played Skyrim? Wow.
I was dumb, and why would I want to play WoW but single player?
Yup. That's how I feel too, though. Yeah.
And that's how people would describe it to me. It's like, dude, it's just like WoW. It's single player. I'm like, why would I want to do that?
That's not. Yeah. Okay. So it's worse. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a worse WoW, but it's not true at all, right? But that's just how it was explained to me, and then when I looked at it, that's what I perceived.
I spent a week trying to illegally download Skyrim and pirate the game, and I succeeded. And I did. And I went on, and you know, there's this wagon ride at the beginning whenever you're like creating your character. I got bored halfway through the wagon ride, and I turned off the game, uninstalled the whole thing, and went back to WoW.
Yep, that's how I feel like most of the time.
Like,
Yeah.
for a long time with League, I'd have that, like, they'd be like, oh, this new game came out, let's play, like, I don't know, like, fucking, like Apex or something. I'd be, like, playing it, like, I could be playing League right now.
I could be playing Rust right now.
That's what it was like for me for years. I mean, especially with League. I would say it was like that more with League than it was
Yeah,
with
dinged,
WoW.
yeah.
I think League is more addicting than WoW, but again, I never played WoW during its peak.
Well, I think I agree with you, and I think it has to do with WoW has like so many different aspects of the game, and especially if you're like a PvPer, if you like playing against other people, because I remember that being a thing for me. I was like, I don't want to play games where I don't play against other people. Like it was like a weird hard-headed thing that I did. It's hilarious because now I love single player games and I play them all the time, right?
Right.
But that's like how I thought like 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And with League, you're constantly in like an arena match, right?
Yeah.
It's like you're constantly doing this 5v5, constantly doing this 5v5. So I was like, yeah, like, oh, you lose? That sucks. Go again. I can't end a loss, right? You just gotta go again. So
That's what I did in Marvel Rivals. And then I was awake until 4:30.
Yep,
I was
until
awake until 4:30
in the morning. Yep,
And
that's how
I
Marvel
did
Rivals
actually
was.
still end on a loss. 8 in a row. If you can believe that.
Nice.
Wow.
Dude, I was
You
playing
lost 8 in a row?
I was playing Baby No Money and
I won eight in a row.
Their house.
Yeah.
For the Fragathon. And I was heavily impressed with how good Shroud was. I mean, I think he's gonna get there someday. He's gonna be pretty good at shooters.
You think he's got a promising pro career ahead of him?
We'll see.
Maybe, right?
Maybe,
yeah.
Maybe.
It's competitive out there. It's hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's just also
Yeah.
like at your age, you know. It's
Yeah.
Like,
You get old and it's like, what are you doing? Like, go have like a kid or something. Like, go buy another house and get a mortgage on a house.
Nope. MMO
Buy a
lifestyle,
boat or
bitch.
something.
Nope.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Fun's over.
Yeah, you can't. You're
Laid out in the grave already.
yeah, you're 30 years old. Fun is done.
Yeah.
What?
No, what is one game that you guys are actually excited for now? Like, what's
Yeah,
the next
right.
game to come out that y'all are excited?
Nothing. I wish Star Citizen would get good.
I'm waiting to save the new one as my first Monster Hunter game.
That's right.
Yeah, and then Elden Ring, Night Rain, but I guess like that's not coming out this year, just like the test is coming out this year.
Yeah.
And then
I think both those are good picks.
Ugh, I don't.
I mean, we already talked about Kingdom Come.
Yeah.
But really, that's what it is. For me, it's Kingdom Come 2, and Rebirth just came out. And I'm gonna get murdered for saying it. But yes, Rebirth is also there for me. But, and I will play it this year. Dude, I had the game director for Final Fantasy VII, Hamaguchi, on my stream, and I interviewed him before Final Fantasy VII Rebirth came out. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it was great. Awesome interview.
Yeah.
Super good. And I still haven't gotten to play the game. I just had so much.
You probably told him I can't wait to play it.
And I can't wait. I can't play it either. But no, soon. Probably after Kingdom Come 2.
Yeah, I feel like there's so many good games coming out now, and like especially, it seems like China is making a lot of big games now. Like you've got that Wu Chang Fallen Feathers game, that that Phantom Blade Zero game. This shit is so good. And like now I'm so happy because like now you have like an entire new industry and every single game is exactly what I want.
Yep.
Swords and you kill things with them. That's it. Wow. Look at that.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
I feel like I'm the target audience, which is the exact opposite of the way that I felt with gaming in the past, like, I'd say
10 years.
10 years. So I'm very happy about that.
That's super fair.
Me too. I like a lot of these Asian games. Yeah.
They are.
Absolutely. Rivals is good. This is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every single thing was from Shenzhen, China.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it, but this company makes this random thing. It might be like
why did I have to dump 15 goddamn mags into this thing? Why?
Yeah.
What? For what reason?
But I'm telling you, China is like it's the old meme of like Chinese products are cheap.
This is the worst thing, right? I said this before. I think I said this like last week on the podcast. I was even like, back in the day, growing up, made in China was like, oh, okay, it's gonna be a piece of shit. Yeah, it's a piece of shit.
No, it's
And
good
It's
now.
like if I see a video game and there's any Asian letters, I'm like, oh, thank God.
Thank God.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, it's the same thing with like the tech products. Like,
Yeah.
Sure, there might be some like language barrier type things with like if you're like using like a web portal for like a software or something. Sure, but you can get over that. Like the quality of the tech is like, holy cow! Like this is nuts.
Oh yeah.
I mean, CS was incredible. You're just seeing all the cool stuff. I mean, I don't know. China's owning. China's actually owning right now.
There.
I think it's going to keep going on. I mean,
I
like,
love
you saw,
China.
like the big, like the AI.
Not just China, South Korea, Japan, all of them. I like Asia. Always have.
I think that's what it's called. And so basically, China for like less than $6 million created an AI that's now competing with ChatGPT. And so, yeah, it's like massive industry disruption caused the like,
Because their developers aren't thieves. They don't truck with crime like we do. Their developers aren't thieves. Yeah.
That's actually wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, dishonor is a big thing over there. If you're criminals because you're a loser over there, it's never like they steal just because they're greedy. They never do that.
People are just trying to do what they can to push.
They get corrupt, but they don't get greedy.
Especially when it comes to pricing and stuff.
Yeah, pricing.
Part of the competition is just something costs.
Yeah.
If you have two people making the same product.
Yep.
And
I love NetEase. NetEase is the new Blizzard for me. They brought this game and Rivals that makes them equal to Blizzard to me. Inside of 5 years, what the fuck is that?
Well, that's another thing is like
NetEase stepped like 5 years ago. I didn't know who they were. Now 2 of the 5 games that I love are made by NetEase, which is crazy. Of course I love them. I fucking love them. They own CCP. They're EVE Online. They own this game, Once Human, and I like Rivals. It's better than Overwatch, I think, because people are at least playing it. I mean, Overwatch is good too, but I'm kind of sick of it. I've done it for so long. I thought they would have like, I don't know, it's not that I want new heroes. I think it's like new concepts of stuff. Like, I don't know, like some of the pacing in Rivals is better, and it's not always the same same fucking maps either. Like the maps, I don't know them yet, but I mean the maps aren't like exactly like boring yet. I feel like with Rivals they have a lot more room to just throw a map out and just let you play with it. Because who the fuck cares? Like there's like 30 characters. The balance is something they thought about. You can see it. It is there. The balance is real. But I don't think they care that much about it. I don't think they care that much about the balance. They just want people to have fun. They don't want the game to be this competitive balance thing that Blizzard did, where they might be an esport or whatever. I think they just want to pull gotcha money out of Rivals. And I can see how it would addict kids. They're like, oh my god, I bought all of Spider-Man's skins, and I'm a Spider-Man god now. You can see it. And I never had that when I was a kid. I never had something I could just sign up to be. Like honestly, I would sign up to be the Rocket Raccoon. I love Rocket Raccoon, and if I was a kid, I would have adored Rocket Raccoon. Rocket Raccoon hits so hard, so fast for me. I'm like, I love Rocket Raccoon, whatever. I've never seen that movie. I have no idea who the fucking... I'm not a kid. I don't watch fucking kids movies. I don't like I'm not some weird chomo person. I don't want to be around kids. I kind of struggle being around like my clan because they were just younger than me. I'm like, I'm not really like, I'm a kids person, whatever. I like kids, whatever. I'll hang out with them. They're cool. But it's just like, I don't sit around and play like kids games the way they do, where they like they can identify by buying skins and stuff like that. I came up on Yoshi's Island. Skins are so far beyond on what I came up on that they're like foreign to me a little bit. I'm like, oh, skins must be cool to identify as the character and buy all the skins and really care. But I've just never been a skin person. It's not something I really identify. I come from like Super Nintendo, which had like 900 really fucking good games. All of them were good. Like almost all of them were good. And that's fucking weird. Now it's like, 50 games come out, maybe one's good if you're lucky.
Just some of the things are too expensive, right? Yeah. And like another big thing about Deep Sync, I think that's the name of it.
Yeah, they don't charge up the ass for their lies.
Yeah. It has this massive advantage of just simply being open source, right? And it's a lot cheaper than ChatGPT. Yeah.
That's huge. Yeah.
DeepSeek. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we put it on there. And
yeah, no, I mean things being open source too. I mean, like I'm not a dev, I'm not a software engineer or anything, right? But I was going to school for that before I
I mean, look, if you stealth launch an AI for less than $6 million that competes with $100 million companies,
Because they're not thieves. They don't truck with crime like we do. This is weird because
it's open source.
you know, you would call me the worst criminal you've ever met because of the drug war, but if you leave the drug war out of it, I've been actually I've been a bad boy. But I mean, like, I've been a fair, I was a criminal when I was younger, but I like, in terms of, like, actually harming people, no, I didn't really do that a whole lot in my life, you know? I fucked up once when I was a kid, but, like, you know, I don't know, like, we truck with, like people kind of, like, robbing kids now. We kind of truck with it in our fucking, like, our fucking, like, society and community and stuff. We don't care if the kids get hurt by skins and shit. We don't care about that. It's fucked up. It's getting dark. I do love this game, though. They have, like, something I would say that the Western developers, if Western developers had a problem that I would complain about, is that they believe in the process of doing things. They believe in gated gameplay. They really fucking do. You can see it with Bethesda and all their fucking quests. WoW, with all their fucking quests. They believe in dungeon, like, approaches where you got to get to a last boss. And, yeah, I would say Eastern does the exact same thing. But they also are about having fun. They're, like, about having fun. They'll do whatever it is. Like, this game, like, they know that I want free flight all the time, so they just gave it to me. They don't care that it breaks the game. They just did it. There's a fucking, now I have a crow that can float wherever I go, and I really fucking like that. And, like, most games like Rust, they make, like, now if you look at Rust, which I think is much more of a Western title, even though it's kind of like, I think like Eastern European title, actually. But yeah, it's like Rust is like an Eastern European title by people from from I forget where the company's from, which country it's from, but it's definitely an Eastern European company. And Eastern Europeans aren't really, like, into, like, gating your gameplay either. They come from Gothic and Piranha Bytes stuff or like, you know, Stalker Gamma and stuff like that, or Stalker, where there isn't really that much limit on how you approach the game, just sort of like what you have the resources to do. And so I like that approach more now. Now I need a melding of all of that, and Once Human is that melding. It's got this beautiful Western beauty of a World of Warcraft game. Do you see it? Fucking beautiful. I mean, you can't see it like I can on my screen. My screen is 120 frames with this 120-inch television screen that's only about 6 feet from my face. It is fucking beautiful. Even if it's in 2K, it's fucking beautiful. This sunset is fucking beautiful. Look, I've got to get indoors now. That sucks. I did some of the town, though, which is better than I've been doing. I mean, I don't know. I did a lot tonight. I actually got, like, 2 levels on my fucking Black Mage up at the high levels. I got 2 levels, which is a lot of XP. It's like, yeah, I got like 100,000 XP today or something like that. I did pretty fucking well on my Final Fantasy character. And, you know, in this one, I had a PvP fight, but, I mean, the guy, like, knew a lot more about the game than I do. He blew through my door, which I didn't even know they could do. And then he, like, sat and camped me, and I didn't even know they could do that either. And I didn't even know they could do that, you know? And that's how noob I am at this game. I didn't even know they could come and camp me and stuff. And so the faction warfare, this guy was looking for some kind of rivalry. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm just not really into that. I'm not going to be your enemy or be this dude that you stalk and treat like shit and get into a fight with all the time. I'm not that person for you. You need a man your own age. I can't be that for you. I'm terribly sorry. I can't be your little butt buddy. Go find a man of your own age. It's like, Jesus Christ. These fucking PvPers, like...
Putting your dick on the table and saying, listen, bitch, this is how it's going to be.
No,
and that's
100%.
it,
No.
right? That's it. It's crazy.
No, you're 100% right.
Yeah.
And the thing with it being open source, and that's really what I was getting at,
right,
is people now are so... it's not.
I have
just they're
60
nosy,
active
but
hypernets.
They want to know how stuff is done. They want to know how stuff is made.
I just spent $2 billion on a whim. I used to dream of doing stuff like that. I used to dream of it. And and it's weird. It's on a game. It's not in the real world. It's in a game. But I don't care. I value that. I was at 2.2 or something, and I just blew whatever that is, 1.4 bill or whatever. Yeah, I blew like 1.4 bill like it was nothing. And it's all here. It's all here. You can see it. It's all laid out like this. Like I'm kind of inclined right now. It's kind of crazy, but I've been thinking about, I want to pull not this item, but the green. Or no, I have some here. I want to buy this contract that's 700 million, which is so insane. But I mean, let's do the fucking math on it to justify why I want to buy this, because you can see why I want to buy this. Let's pull a fucking calculator. Where's my calculator at? There we go. So I want to buy this thing. Oh no, somebody bought them. Look, they're all gone. No, wait, no. No, it's still here. So look, so I have been selling these green packages, right? Here's 200 of them. And I mean, it's in a MAR, which sucks. I can't, no, I mean, that sucks. Why is it in a MAR? Macroanethia in 9 days. I wonder if you would sell me all 200 of your Aura Green packages for 350 mil and move it to Jita. Yep, or 400 mil. Yep, 2 mil each. I wonder if you could contract those to me in Jita. Can you contract those to me in Jita? See, I don't want to go to Amara with that, because moving them across Jita, or I'm sorry, moving them across the universe is not, I'm just not down. I'm not down. This is a good deal. I'll take that one. Yeah. Because I'm getting 40 for these. Buying them for 7 is a really fucking good deal. Yeah, I mean, this is a good deal. I'm going to take this. Yeah, that's a good deal. I'm going to take it. Yeah, I mean, like I can make so much money off this stuff. Yeah, I want to buy 200 of these in Jita. I kind of, well, I want to do that with red packages. Are people selling their red packages? No, people aren't looking at this. Yeah, but in Dodixie, can I do a buy order for red packages? You know, it never occurred to me. But yeah, let's create a contract, a buy order, an auction, a public auction. No, not the green. No, not the green. No. I want this one. I want to create a contract. I want to auction. I want to, No, I don't want to do that. I want to buy. I want auction time. No, you're not doing this right. I want to do a buy order. Oh, well. I farted. You can, let's look at this in contracts and just see if anybody's selling them. I didn't think so. Oh, well. It's fine. Isn't there another package? Yeah, what are these called? They're called packages. Yeah, isn't there another color of package? Maybe I'm not thinking about that. Let's see. No, I'm not trying to find a contract. I'm trying to look in contracts for... I did a contract for large skill injectors. Did I get any of them? Oh. Yeah, I was like, wait. Oh, okay, I forgot all about this. I have another large skill injector. Oh my god. I'm going to make so much money. I'm making so much money. Large skill injector was a really good fucking market. It absolutely was. I mean, it's so hard to get into. It's $1 billion. But I mean, like, I don't know. 1.05, 1.050. $1.05, yeah, I think so, yeah, and then we're gonna bid on it, which is a lot, but I mean, it's worth it. I don't know if I can yet, but though, let's see, large skill injector, are you on the bottom? No, sort by end time for a little bit. I just posted, what are you talking about? Close this and reopen it. There it is. Not bad. So, oh yeah, did I do all the ships? I'm not even sure I did all the ships. Did I do all of them? Oh, I did. Good. I got a few. Like, here's a hyena that I missed, and a Domovic. Oh, and an Ishkur. Oh, look, I have... No. Bad. Why do you keep doing this? Don't do this. No. Repackage. Go. Okay, so... Ishkur. Oops, no. Ishkur. Domovic. Catalyst Navy issue. I'll probably keep that because I actually have been running them. I'm thinking about buying another set of Catalyst Navy issues. Maybe I should do that now because I'm out, huh? Yeah, I want to multi-buy some Cat Navy issues. I'm going to blow some money on that. Cat Navy issues. This will be expensive, but I don't care. I have so much money, it doesn't matter. I can do whatever I want in Eve now. It's insane. It'll take me time, but I can do whatever the fuck I want. Catalyst. Navy issue. Wolfpack, right? Yeah. Multi-fit. I want to buy all or whatever. Yeah. Buy all. Number of orders, I want 10. Yeah, what is that going to be? 400 mils, something like that. Maybe I should just start placing a buy order for cat navies. I thought this was going to be 400 mil, so I probably will actually place a buy order for cat navy issues. Oh no, the ships aren't included is the problem. So I want 10. Buy all. $384 million. Oh no. Now oh yeah, no, that is the proper fit though. Yeah, that's the proper fit. So buy fit. I made so much money off LP. I lost that billion in Poshfon ore, and I learned not to mine Poshfon because you just get fucked trying to get back to Jita. But I did learn that, I did learn some stuff. I learned a lot about the game while I was doing it, which is good, and I learned some things. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna pay for this game again. I don't think I've dominated this game. I used to think of this as the hardest game that had ever been made. But now I think of it as, I don't know. Now I've just cracked it, and I'm better. I'm just better. Lots of bronze ingots. I'm out of tin, but we do have a lot of copper. We will make a lot of stacks of copper. I need to disassemble. I am hungry. I guess I will have a bowl of cereal. What time is it? It's 1 in the morning, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting towards dinner time, actually. Maybe I should just eat dinner. Yeah, but what do I want? No, I'll have a bowl of cereal. Fuck it. I don't mind. Cheap and effective. Okay. Yay. Okay, so I think now the greatest lesson I can teach as a streamer is how to be happy. Just be happy. Just be happy all the time. That's like what I want to do. I get angry, but I get happy. Come on, get happy. Come on, get happy.
Something being open source is huge, not only for that, but also because you can build applications off of it, right? And having things that are like when you put your API out there and you're like, hey, you know, you can make our product better. Then it just everybody just rising tides raise all boats, and 100% is the thing.
Yeah, and I think also like China has, it seems like they're working with the government in order to do this, because I feel like South Korea has kind of had like a lot of you know, popularity and like a resurgence of like kind of soft power, like a cultural power, because of how pervasive like K-pop is, for example, and like other things. And I think that's something that South Korea intentionally is working towards. And I think China probably sees that and they say, that's a really good idea. We should do the same thing. And so now you're probably going to see a lot more outreach. And that's why things like, I mean, straight up, it was even like news articles written about this, like after Black Myth Wukong, since it popped off so hard, now you see these other Chinese games getting way more investment, right? Because like now, like, yeah, finally we have one that works. You have a use case of success, and that's it.
Yeah, and it's kind of silly because it's that just being like the factor is like what country it's from,
right?
But that's kind of how it works. And if people have a generally good opinion of your country in whatever category avenue it is, it kind of, again, the rising tides thing, it kind of helps out a lot of different aspects of the country. Like, I mean,
well, Saudi Arabia is doing it too, and so is Dubai. Like, basically, they're trying to like have more entertainment things, like, because obviously oil is a finite resource, and so eventually this is going to run out, and it's like, what are you going to have after that? Well, if you have entertainment and you have you know, sports over there and everything, that's going to get people to still be related to your country. It's going to grow you outside of this like one, you know, like it's basically being like a one game Andy as a streamer, right? It's like that game dies, now you're a dead streamer.
Right.
And so like you know, Saudi Arabia doesn't want to be a dead streamer.
Right. No,
so, yeah. And I think that many countries are thinking that way in different directions. And yeah, I'm very curious.
So we were talking about this before.
Yeah.
But like Emmy mentioned this, and I've been thinking the same thing, like wanting to go to China, visit China at some point.
Oh.
And
I want to go for food though. I'll say that.
I want
the food.
They also have like really pretty areas, like just really pretty urban areas.
Yeah. And like I don't have like a reason specifically that I want to go to China. I just like, oh, that's a place that now comes to mind as like places I would like to visit. And it could just be the subconscious of having seen all these things at CES that I was like, damn,
yeah,
the games, everything else. It's like, my opinion right now is like, okay, this isn't like it was when we grew up, we talked about. So so now it's in my subconscious. And there's probably other people out there like that who, like, if they want to go travel somewhere, something comes to mind because they just keep seeing the name of the country and whatever thing they're looking at.
No, I think that's definitely true. Like, I mean, I feel like it's just going to keep becoming more the case too. And I feel like that's, I mean, because, you know, like a lot of these guys, I mean, even like big tech, right? Like NVIDIA, these like AI stuff, etc. Like they know this is going on. And I feel like it's the more that they start trying to advance things, the more that the US will try and do the same thing. So I just hope that, you know, maybe that means we might get at least one or two good video games now, right? Yeah, imagine now. And yeah.
Well, you mentioned NVIDIA. It's a little 5000 series is coming out.
True. And
I
just
think
3 days.
Back a little bit, right? They get pushed because originally
it was originally going to release on the 30th. All the cards and the chips were going to release on the 30th. And as far as I know, it's still on. But they might have delayed it. I haven't paid attention.
Yeah, okay, I was probably making something up then. But did you look at any of the AMD stuff?
I did.
I at CES saw a lot of the new AMD stuff in person as well, and like they're kind of owning.
I think that AMD, especially after the Intel chipset, like the 14th generation chipset errors, I think that AMD is probably going to have its strongest release of processors that they've probably ever had. Like I don't really see, like, I mean, Ryzen, which is like their graphics cards, like
I could see that getting better, right? I mean, sure, it was going to